I'm just going to unmute us. Hello, and welcome back to the show, Week in Review with the one and only Doooovid. I'm your host, Jen Church. Be happy to be here on this Sunday, July 3rd, the Independence Day weekend. I'll hand it over to you, Doooovid, for the introductions. Thanks for being with us here on this Sunday evening.
Yeah, great to be back. Thanks for doing it. Hope everyone had a good week. Yeah, here in the U.S., it's 4th of July weekend, Independence Day, celebration of U.S. winning a war and independence. So I guess people get a day off, things are closed, and the tradition is to have fireworks. So it's possible there'll be some fireworks as the sun goes down here in a few hours. So pretty good week this week. I got out another essay, so why don't I
Yeah, congratulations. Seriously, like it's over 2,000 views. I'm so happy for you and for this progress, really, with all your ideas and everything. For those of you who don't know, I've been sort of encouraging you to do this with a larger goal in mind, which is to eventually write something, which should be a much bigger undertaking for sure, but write something about his memory technique with this as sort of anecdotal support for how well it works. So thanks to everyone already joined us in the chat. Skyworks 600 and Bob Elvis, thanks for being here with us this evening. Back over to you, Doooovid.
Okay, so just some random things to share. Looks like Ricardo was on Stephen James. He sent me something on Twitter, like he's considering streaming again. Maybe it'd be interesting to talk about politics here in America. Like elections are coming up, but then he was like Norvin and OV. So it's unclear whether there's such demand to bring him back, or what type of audience people he kept, but we'll see if that materializes. I actually migrated a lot of my video library to Odyssey. So if you want to, Chad, Bubble, good to see you. Thanks for joining. So now I'm on Odyssey. I only have 2 followers, and although ironically, my Wyatt from Defense Politics Asia got some viewership, but it transferred over like 400 videos, and that includes all my live streams. So I have older videos before that, and so I'm not going to bother transferring them all over. But I got all of my live streaming history now on Odyssey, and when I streamed this week, it loaded straight up to Odyssey. I set it up so when I live stream to YouTube, it puts it straight to Odyssey. Lex Friedman had
awesome, sounds great. And I don't know if you wanted to give us maybe a little tutorial on how to do that, if it's worth it, if you think so. Just thought, just
if
for
you have
interest,
an Odyssey account. Well, yeah, I already did it. I mean, if you want to do it, I could tell you how to do it. I mean, if you already have an Odyssey account.
I just meant for the show, if it was like a quick couple of steps thing, but it doesn't matter. We can keep going with your links here.
Yeah, I think you have to have 100, or it used to be 300 subs on YouTube, but they lowered it to 100. And if you already have an Odyssey account, you could just enter your YouTube key in and click a button to combine your YouTube channel. So I mean, if someone wants to do it and needs help, they could reach out. Yeah, so Demis Hassabis, the CEO of DeepMind, was on Lex Friedman. They were talking quite a bit about AlphaFold. I mentioned that we even streamed on my channel a special stream when that came out. So
wasn't that the DNA folding thing?
The protein folding.
Okay,
So I
right.
mentioned now that they've mapped like tens of thousands of proteins, and they have a database, and it's being widely used. And they're talking about future direction of the AlphaFold machine learning algorithms and the type stuff that it may be able to do.
How do you like that
When,
word super intelligence? Do you think that's another buzzword, or you think it's a good neologism?
well, you have to define intelligence, and then I say, well, in a way that
The ability to coherently pass information.
well, if you want to define intelligence in a way that's going to be unique to humans, or if you just want to define it in a way that what a computer does is intelligent, like the
I
performance
don't
of
think
that.
you can. If a computer can, in principle, pass the Turing test, I don't think you can define intelligence as unique to humans without running into like definitional issues.
Well, even not anything to do with a Turing test, but just the performance of logical functions or calculations. That's why I said generally that would be considered intelligence. So that you just that it, but depend intelligence. I'll even type that up just to I forget what the etymology is.
Well, these traipses only go so far, and these vague words either have specific domain specific definitions that nobody gives a shit about, or they're just not defined at all. Intelligence is one of those know it when you see it things. And we pretty much only have a relational understanding of intelligence. Like, for example, an IQ test can give us a notion that someone's, quote, has higher IQ, more intelligent in principle, which I don't agree with IQ tests actually say that, but say in principle, that would be it. But we have a relational definition of intelligence, not anywhere near an absolute one.
Yes, I guess the Gary in Latin is to read, choose, pick out from between, or to care. It means like in a way to decipher that. I mean, and to me, computers have intelligence that what humans do, the function that the human mind does isn't unique to humans, and what the computer is doing is also intelligence. So if you want to define what's unique about humans, it's not intelligence, but the calculative or discerning function is not unique to the human mind. Uh, so that generally how I look at it, and but we talk about that more. So here, Carta, the University of California Science TV had a thing on space debris. God forbid there's a huge amount of space debris around the Earth now from various fragments of human waste. And so I was mentioning like the flat Earth debate or the angle of satellites, but there's really a substantial amount of human artifacts that have been put into space, and a lot of them have been decommissioned and orbit the Earth. And I'm not sure if they had a number in terms of like a weight, but there's a huge amount of debris in space, and it orbits in the way that orbital mechanics. So it was just a short, quick, interesting lecture. Um, Hopefully we'll look at my blog post if Jennifer wants to read it. Say my Ahimsa principle is still in the top 10. It's got 7,468 views, 254 hearts. It's fallen down. It's only got like 200 views in the last 2-3 days. And I think it, so my newest piece that I put out on Friday is the second most popular. It's already got 2,255 views, 38 hearts, although not much interaction. So it's tough to tell what it means, but at least it's getting viewed and looked at. So like my Twitter. Um, in fact, I'm one of the most popular blogging authors on the chess server. So hopefully we'll take a look at that if Jennifer wants to read it.
I just want to miss that one. I would love to, and I'm super happy to be part of the success that you're having. There was a question about whether computers can contemplate. You can probably leave that till the end of your week in review, unless you want to field it now.
We could discuss that at length, but if you have to clearly define these words, and in a lot of ways, like, can computers calculate? Clearly they can. And if you want to say calculations, not intelligence, I mean, it probably is. And if you want contemplate, so you'd have to clearly define those words. And if you defined it in a certain way, computers can. Like, computers could discriminate, computers could recognize various objects that we'll consider part of intelligent function that humans could also do. And that's why I would look at intelligence as an objective thing that has nothing to do with the human mind. That's just one of the capabilities that the human mind's capable of doing, and the human mind's not uniquely capable of doing those things, would be the way I would lay it out. Lowell's still around, and I guess his third fellowship with Gerald Schroeder, and it became kind of uninteresting. So he's only got 16 views, where he's not really being challenged. So it's just like, okay, now we have our Orthodox Jewish PhD physicist, and he was kind of just rambling. So unfortunate. We free TV, Daryl, welcome, Skyworks. So I went to the Detroit Historical Museum with my mom. You can see my mom at the beginning of the stream. She was interested. She likes museums more than I do, but because I'm into architecture and civil engineering, we went together. And Albert Kahn, there's a famous Louis Kahn, who is a worldwide famous architect. He was about the same time as Albert Kahn. Albert Kahn mostly did industrial buildings in Detroit. He did a handful of skyscrapers in Detroit. So he's not well known outside of Detroit. He was the main architect for Henry Ford. Most famous is the design of the River Rouge plant. And they had like Lego designs of some of the buildings and pictures at the Detroit Historical Museum. So I went down with my mom, and I figured I'd stream that. Keeping with engineering rambles. T-Jump had Justin Sledge, Metro Detroiter. I know Justin Sledge. His wife is a Reconstructionist rabbi in the area. And I've shared his YouTube channel. He's hit over 100,000 subs. On the Esoterica, where he's kind of a secularist, a materialist, but he academically studies esoterica. And even though his wife is a rabbi, they're of the Reconstructionist, where it's kind of like they don't actually believe that the religion or tradition is true, but saying it's their tradition and they keep it and has good things to it, and they're willing to change it because it's not God given from their perspective, so therefore aspects of it should be changed. So it was kind of like a light bulb interview. I guess Justin Sledge has a bigger platform, over 100,000 subs. So T-Jump didn't really press him, just gave him kind of a light softball interview. Science of Consciousness Conference. It looks like they've completed all of the videos now. They added the breakout sessions. So there might be a few more, but it looks like that's now the totality of all of the Science of Consciousness Conference videos have been posted online. I've been watching other stuff now, so haven't got to that much. Here was another called Consciousness Central, and they had 4 videos of interviews at the Science of Consciousness Conference. So I'm not too familiar with Consciousness Central, but they were there at the Science of Consciousness Conference, and every day they had interviews with different people. They interviewed Hamerov a few times, and some of the other people. So I watched that. It was kind of interesting. Stuart Hamerov, I'm not sure if he was in Tokyo. It's possible he went to
It looked
Tokyo.
like it, yeah. It looked like it based on that video.
As I watched it, it was kind of an introductory um, overview, but because the topic is so complicated, it's probably worthwhile for people interested in the topic to hear Stuart Hamerov, give an academic lecture overview on the topic. And this was last night on Modern Day Debate. They had an abortion debate, and they had Destiny and Tree of Logic versus Rachel and Kendon. And I guess Rachel's the wife of um, Andrew Wilson from The Crucible. And I noted that it was interesting because they were talking about consciousness, where Destiny's position was you should be able to abort the fetus until consciousness enters. And his understanding of consciousness was something that happens at about 20 weeks into pregnancy, that a child becomes consciousness. So there was a little bit of back and forth about consciousness, but it wasn't that enlightening. They thought a little bit about the issue, but it was unclear. Uh, so it wasn't a great debate, but I just shared it because it had the topics on consciousness. So I did my essay on chess again because I was getting so much positive response on the chess server, and usually writing is really difficult for me. I mean, not that difficult. I could do it, but most times it's been down to the last minute. I've given it to my mother like Sunday morning, and like I'm Saturday afternoon. I'm really like struggling to get it out. But this essay, like I started writing it Thursday, and Friday I had almost the full thing done Thursday. Friday morning I finished it up. I printed it out, gave my mom a copy to look at, and put it out on Friday, which I guess was good because my HIMSA article was hardly getting any views anymore, and so I got it out Friday before the weekend, so maybe it got more viewership than if I had waited till Sunday. And I was thinking for my next essay. So when we look at the essay, I mentioned the essay, further essays that I plan on writing, and I was doing some research and thinking that my next essay I'm going to write on the self and identity, because I was thinking that I would
Wow,
write.
that is a big one. How the heck are you going to do a literature review on that?
Well, so I started reading already. So I've already read a few hundred pages, and I downloaded 4 or 5 books, and I actually have already a page of notes on it that we could talk about, and some slides to look at if we don't have too much to cover. But I was going to do the dangers of the e-personality, and then so I started doing the research for that, and I thought I should probably do just one on the nature of self. I mentioned a little of it in cognitive dissonance, but it's even remotely possible I'll get it out this week because I've already done a significant amount of the research, and I also downloaded and started doing research for expertise that hopefully after that I'll do
So first the self and identity, then expertise.
Possibly the self and identity,
Are you going
and
to
then
make it
and
look
then
like
the dangers of the e-personality.
okay.
So first I have to do self and identity to as a precursor for the dangers of the e-personality, which is something Luke's talked about quite a bit. And then from there, I'll probably move into the science of expertise. So I started doing the
Do
research.
you think we're going to converge towards a unified science of expertise, quote unquote, or is it going to be more of an explanation as to why that type of thing wouldn't be possible?
Well, I mean, no, I mean there wouldn't be a unified because it depends on the hard problem of consciousness. So you have psychometric. So I mean, it's kind of like self and identity. So what is expertise depends on the question of the I, and there's a lot of theories on expertise. If it's you like utility, where people basically somehow like I mentioned in the Kotov and candidate moves and analysis trees essay on expected utility theory. So if you define expertise as something objective, like there's an objective um, expected utility, and expertise is people who make decisions that is closest to the objectively highest expected utility. Um, but what internally is happening inside the person is dependent on the hard problem of consciousness. So it's largely based on psychometric data. So you could have reasonably well data about who is an expert and how well they perform. You could, but there's no real way to have a conscious theory of what's going on inside of the person that makes them an expert. So you could have
You don't think there'd be shared beliefs among experts per field?
what? So it's like self. It's
What do you
based on
think makes them
introspection. So that you could.
It's based on self-identification. The question is calibrating self-identified properties. That's where there's no real method in the Occident for that.
Yeah, so it's ironic that really such an important field is not well developed. And
well, it is well developed in like Ayurveda and yoga and stuff. It's just that panpsychic theories don't exist really in the West on scientific levels.
Oh yeah, so Jennifer shared this book with me, and I actually read it once, and I'm going to read it again on epistemology, metaphysics, Indian and Western. And I actually got a few more books on Indian psychology. It's too big to share in the chat. Maybe the title.
Well, just for me, like I had a terrible 30-second conversation with Jay Dyer that one time, and he's like, well, you're confusing epistemology and metaphysics or whatever. And it's like, ugh, I guess I should at least know what the hell people are talking about. And for me, I was just going with just metaphysics for the longest time, because for me, I understand how math is metaphysical because it frames physical observations through numbers. So that's easy for me because I can just say, hey, there's already metaphysics operating. You can't get around metaphysics because that's how math works. So easy. But then the ontology and epistemology, I don't really know how to explain that because I feel like I'm oversharing if I'm talking about my emotions. So anyway, at least
a few of Jay Dyer's. He's been doing his Guru series, and you have to say his knowledge of Hinduism's relatively mild, and he's been pretty pejorative. And generally, he's putting the spread of Hinduism in the West to his normal, we'll call it, say, like elitist conspiracies, that he thinks that it's not the Hindu stuff, it's other conspiracies, like the Rockefellers is one of his main ones, and or the CIA and various things that he did. So I'd say I wasn't impressed, but I would have to disagree. I don't think the Vedas, Eastern thought, has a well developed science.
We don't have teachers in the West that can explain it to the Westerners. The Westerners don't have any means to understand it.
I don't think it exists. I don't think you have.
I can point to a book right now. I have an Ayurvedic textbook, tells you all you need to know. But you got to learn the doshas, and you got to learn all these concepts that just don't exist in the West. But
on the science, I don't know, you call it science, but on expertise.
No, just consciousness science. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I
Not
don't,
on expertise, no.
there's no well-developed.
There is no such thing as a corpus of expertise because what constitutes an expert depends on the school, and there's a bunch of different schools, I would say.
Well, I mean, presumably, even in ancient times in any society, you have tasks and there's experts. I mean, the topic has been discussed in, the Greeks and
Yes, and when
education.
the experts disagree enough, and let's say there's 50 in one camp, 50 in the other, they just split off and make different schools, and there are different interpretations as to what comprises expertise because they didn't agree enough to split off. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so I
Obviously,
mean,
this attribute would
there
not
there
apply
is
to
no
every
vita
domain.
corpus on the field of expertise that I'm
The
aware of.
closest thing is the pramanas and which schools accept which pramanas. So you could
But I
say
mean, what
that
does that have to do with the science of expertise, or
because a
even a
pramana
corpus?
is a validated means of a proof, and a proof is expertise is something that you prove.
Yeah, I mean, saying the concept was known, but like, no, I mean, that's why I said there's very little on the topic of the science of
Absolutely.
expertise or expertise in general. How do you define expertise, levels of expertise, what compromises expertise, and the elements of expertise, the transfer of expertise from one field to the
You do
others.
realize it's possible to test people on and give them actual test questions and see what their answers are, right? Like that it is possible to actually know if someone's right with Vedic stuff because it's all based on, I don't want to say logic because that kind of has a weird definition these days, but conceptual.
Yeah, I mean, you make me think like I'm thinking Chinese and like Confucius and the testing system that went back in China over 2,000 years. And even in ISKCON, they have a testing system, and like, you have to master texts and memorize or have certain understanding. So it's not
The thing
like,
is that according to the traditional pramanas, the most accurate parikshas are things like voice diagnosis, stuff nobody knows. So if I say, well, based on this person's voice diagnosis, X, Y, Z, it's worthless if nobody can tell me if they agree. This doesn't
I mean,
really
you're
work.
talking past me. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you're saying something, but saying that like people have knowledge of expertise. I'm talking about the science of expertise, the
From what I
study of
understand is you're
expertise
talking about the
itself.
method. You're
That, of
talking about
course,
the
they
method to
recognized that
determine
there were
someone's
experts in
expertise.
different fields, and but an actual study of what comprises expertise, how do you become an expert, what in the study of expertise in and of itself, that is very limited. So obviously, all societies, all wisdoms have concept of expertise and testing and knowledge levels of accomplishment, but an actual study of the field of expertise even today hardly exists.
Yeah, for sure. And my point was, sorry to talk past you, but my point was that the closest thing that would come to it in traditional doctrines is pramanas, and that's not quite expertise. It's accurate method of perception or transmission of knowledge. And not
You know,
every
so
not every
if it was
domain
like
would have the
China
same. They
and
wouldn't have the same
Confucian,
acceptance criteria. So what would constitute an expert on a particular topic, let's say consciousness, would depend on how they pass the test, and the test would depend on the school, what pramanas they accepted. That was sort of where I was going with that.
yeah, they probably had educational methods and trainers, and they might even be ancient texts of methods of training.
No, it's yoga. You can just be a yogi and be like testing immediately, testing, launch protocol, test, and then no, instantly.
Well, no, I mean, there are texts like that that do exist, where you're looking at the process of novice to expert, and so certainly within yoga, there's many texts. You could even look at Pentangela, and uh, in today, certainly like, but maybe it's more modern thing in how you progress from novice to expert in China under Confucianism, because they had an ancient testing regimen for public service and entering positions of power that was somewhat a meritocracy. they had a well-developed system of expertise, and they may have even had training methods of how to acquire expertise or recognize intelligence, but it's limited in actually the study of the field of expertise. And so to say, till today, if you want to have a theoretical model of what is expertise, how does people acquire it, what is the difference between an expert and non-expert, not in performance, because so in performance, there's always knowledge of experts or levels of expertise, but to say from cognitive processes, what's the difference between the cognitive process of an expert and non-expert? Even today, that's very limited.
Absolutely. Because, think of any domain, right? Like the minute you broach the topic of expertise, your own may come under question, right? Like when I was training for expertise, it was relative to the legal procedure. So that's a very low bar. That's just someone who you can be admitted in principle if you know more than an average person on the street, which for a lot of domains, if you've ever seen a Mark Dice video, it's not really too hard to meet that standard.
Well, I would even in previous time there was probably even more common testing and competition that to reveal who has the superior power, that there would be regular competition and testing. So there's even been a move away from testing, although in the modern era there's the most amount of tests and educationally, but even the Freemasonic system had probably the highest amount of regular testing. And the ancient world, mentioned the Confucian system, but even in the ancient Greek world of the Spartans and the school of in Talmudic ancient Jerusalem, there was always regular testing and competition that would reveal superiority and competence. But till you have expected utility theory, where what does it mean to be an expert? If you had something accurate, like if it was a performance function that is meant to be done properly, and we got Samish in the chat. Well, I mean, there is a new what they call field of science of expertise, although I don't know if department. There are a few departments I mentioned it, like Andres Ericsson in Switzerland and Fernand Gobet. That there's been an effort to create a science of expertise, but it is not a widely accepted field. Although there are some universities or academy that have created the field and tried to study it from a perspective, and it'd be within psychology. So there, like, and a lot of times it's housed in cognitive psychology and the role of decision making, where expertise is a function of decision making, where performatively some people make better decisions than other. And as mentioned, like chess studies, but also there's a science of expertise in the military and in medicine and in all sorts of performative functions, where like in the military, where you have required functions and regular testing and training regiments. So that, like that, there's been a lot of testing. I think for pilots or for doctors. But I don't know what you'd call a science of expertise, but these things have been well studied in terms of certain areas of performative functioning, like pilots, doctors, mechanics, where it's very clear the task that should be done, and then you have errors in the performance of the people who do it. So it's been studied in that way of what causes people to make errors, what is a level of proficiency, and then it's you have testing and certification of that. So it's been in many disciplines like medicine, it's been related to certification processes, recertification processes, continued education, what we'll call the science of expertise. and it says it's more done through psychometric data, where the theoretically the theory behind it is a subfield of cognitive psychology that is a subfield of decision making, but the practicality in terms of licensing and um, testing, it's quite common, and that's what I was saying. In the ancient world, also there would have been this concept of testing and licensing, and even in ISKCON, even in the Hare Krishna movement, you have testing and certification of texts. The Talmud. I remember like yeshiva, they had tests in their organizations, like learn the Talmud, and you take tests, and rabbis you get tested on, so that like this proficiency and bare minimum knowledge, memorization, uh, you questions that prove thinking skills. But we could go more into that. But so I downloaded really all the material I could find on expertise. They have the Oxford Companion book to the Science of Expertise, and I have the 2009 edition. It was like 1,000 pages. The 2018 editions like 2,700 pages. So I downloaded that. But yeah, I mean, first I'm going to do self and identity, and then I'll probably do the danger of the e-personality, and then from there, the science of expertise. So here is a researcher, Dan McAdams, a nice article on self and identity across the lifespan of this question of identities or identity. Do we have a unified? And so I made some notes, but so let me just finish this stuff so I could close out my screen share and actually have a page of notes. Here is a PowerPoint I found, actually from an Indian professor on this concept of narrative identity, where continuity of identity and the idea of our identity is some form of rationalized story that makes sense, that's consistent over a period of time. If Samish has thoughts on identity, I mean, a lot of this is sociology. If he wants to pop one, that's fine with me. So, narrative as characters, episodes, imagery, setting, plots, and themes. And, like active inference or karma, if you say identity factually has all the elements, the sum total of all action reaction of, this lifetime, previous lifetimes, versus like a narrative that has main characters and events and themes of an element of identity. Like, do we have a unified identity? And if we have a unified identity, how is that formed? There's the question of agency, like a free will, that we're in control of our lives, and that there's certain key moments that we live through that we, so to say, pass the test or personify who we are, where a certain narrative, a certain thing that happened in our life and how we reacted to it is indicative of this character that we are, that might be a continuous quality over the period of our life. So it's actually quite difficult to define identity. And so there's coherence in identity of like coherent
Did
narrative
you say
story.
define identity?
The what?
Did you say we have to define identity?
Why identity is quite difficult to define, because identity
Yes.
identity implies coherence, and
I don't really think it does. I think it implies a unification. It probably implies coherence too, but I like to look at things in terms of their emergence of properties. identity seems to fundamentally be about a centralized thing. I don't know. They sort of have different uses of the term in math and in logic, and I don't think we'd be going with either of those definitions here, because what you're talking about seems way more general than that.
Yeah, so that I guess is my week in review. Let me look at some of these notes. So, according to what I was reading, John Locke is one of the first people to discuss identity in a secular way. 1694, the essay concerning human understanding, and to take an empirical approach to identity, where it's based on observable phenomenon. And I mean, Plato had a concept of the soul, of kind of the chaotic forces being ruled over by the power of reason, and Aristotle, and as we talk about intelligence. So, from the Aristotelian Platonic reason, intelligence is not unique to humans. It's like a faculty that it's like a form that humans could utilize. So if you say what is, like a computer intelligence or human intelligence, but there are certain chaotic forces of desire, and then the power of reason is what unifies us. By using the power of reason, Descartes and Locke had basically a non-material uh, conception, like till the modern era. Most people, if there was a unified I, self, it was non-material, it was the soul. And even self, the word itself, self, generally has a negative connotation of like egoism, or a negative thing in a spiritual term, where even you have to look into like the etymology of self, like myself, yourself. um, so they mentioned this guy Miquel de Montaigne, who was around the same time as Locke, who is one of the precursor main French philosophers. If Samish is here, maybe he's heard of um, de Montaigne. Self-reflection, discovery of true self, that there's some sort of true self that could be discovered through the process of self-exploration. Uh, and he talks about screens of self-delusion, which passion and pride erect, and that would be like the Platonic Aristotelian view, that um, that the powers of rationality are able to overcome the passions. So from there, it basically comes to William James in his magnum opus on psychology in 1890, and he is the main precursor in thought of the self. And he's got one interesting statement. Um, Principles of Psychology, 1890. The multiplicity of selves uh, has as many social selves as there are individuals who recognize him, and divides it up into material self, social self, and spiritual self. That there's a self that's a reaction to other people or to external factors, and then there's a self that comes from introspection, and from that perspective, that there's another self for each human interaction, because all human interaction produces some form of self, and those aren't consistent. And calls it a selective self, is a selective industry of the mind. Freud is also one of the early theorists on the self, referring to the ego, as the ego is the negotiator, compromises among conflicting forces of instinct, superego, society, and reality. So Freud just posits possibly based on Kabbalistic or earlier spiritual precursors, that there's this thing, the ego, that attempts to unify the I, and then there's other after Freud has kind of a negative take on the self, where it's in a losing struggle over the urges. And then after, like, Fromm, who was part of the Frankfurt School that I mentioned in the previous essay, Erik Erikson, in the 40s and 50s, talk about integration of self. There's Carl Rogers and Maslow. So the Maslow's hierarchy of need is a theory of self. And then in this 80s and 90s, there's what we call the theory of modern self, a reflexive project that an individual works on. So there might be some spiritual precursors, but the concept that the self is a goal that people strive towards. And this, actually, I mentioned some of this in my essay on cognitive dissonance, but that we kind of have this life narrative, and there's relating to narrative theory of literature that we start, if it's tabula rasa, and the self is something that we aim and strive and work towards. And that's like the McAdams, this concept of a life narrative. And the self is a psychosocial construction that there's two aspects to it. There's the feedback mechanism of interaction with the world based on society, group membership, environmental, hereditary, high birth, low birth. And then there's the internal psycho factors, and that, so cognitive dissonance will play a huge role in self-formation. And then you'd have things like themes, which could be self-directed. So you could have a self where society, okay, like, I'm a son, I'm an uncle, I'm an engineer, I'm a student, I'm a live streamer, different themes that give me my identity. Some of those may be self-proclaimed, and some of those might be attributed to me from society. And you also have, like, ideological setting, moral stance, where it's saying there's something about myself, there's things that I stand for, and those would be predictive forces in how I interact, because these are elements. And then you'd have this aspect of events, like in a narrative, that your self-identity is formed around protagonists, like like a piece of literature, and your dealings with others. And there could be good and bad guys, where there's bad guys that you have to deal with regularly, and there's people who help you along the way, and that forms a narrative. And then, like I said, you would have certain key points in your life that would be definitive of who you are, where like a story, like the action scene, where it's like Rocky or something like that, where the movie goes over like a year period, but most of it is like practice. They play like the song "Eye of the Tiger," and that's months of training. So it's just one training montage with the song "Eye of the Tiger" that goes through 3 months of training, and then they slow down for the more critical moments. And so self formation would have these critical moments, and then repetitive moments that don't have that much factor on identity. And those were some of the early research I was doing, just thinking about the subject. I sent the link to Samish. I'm not sure if he's around or got it, but
Oh yeah, we'd love to hear from you if you're free, Samish. You can definitely come on, talk about whatever tickles your fancy.
well, he would definitely, self formation is also a field of sociology, because that it's in reaction to society. So there's the internal, and it'd probably be something like active inference, where you would have, if you wanted to look at it like karmatically, uh, where you have your internal and external stimulus. And so self, you have your internal higher order rules of your mind that are trying to negotiate the world and make sense of yourself. And then you have your external stimulus, and you have regular cognitive dissonance, where how I try to negotiate the external world with my internal makeup is going to have constant successes and failures. So the successes will have a positive feedback, and the failures will have a negative feedback mechanism. And from there, and that would be, like the key points in a thematic narrative. So there's like, okay, I have a degree, but it wasn't really a one-off event. Like, okay, I graduated, I got my degree. It was a process that took years versus there's maybe a struggle, a chance encounter where I met somebody, or I got arrested, I got beat up, I met a woman, um, something that would be considered like a highlight in your life, and in a narrative would be worthwhile to say this was a major factor in my self formation, and that there's something uniquely me that this event in my life is indicative of the unique me, because this event happened and I reacted in a way that is uniquely identifying and indicative of me and my personality, as opposed to you and your personality that would be uniquely identifying of you because of how you uniquely reacted to some certain event in your life. So
And that's something to do with self-identity, what you're talking about here?
yeah, the narrative identity.
Okay.
So I mean, there's the theory of self and the theory of identity, and then there's what we'll call the narrative identity, where you're saying that my identity and myself is a process and it's something I'm working towards, and there's a narrative, like a story of previous events leading up and setting the stage for who I am today, as opposed to possibly they're saying there's a me, and that me has been consistent through my own life. So within there's the question of continuity of self, whether it exists at all. So the modern theory of self in the last few decades has a narrative identity that changes and a person strives for, and there would be a cognitive aspect where in our own mind there's who we want to be, and there's how we want to be perceived, and then there's how other people perceive us. And there might be like an expertise, there's who we actually are. So at this moment, like in a theory of expertise, I have this performance level. So I could say myself is definitive of my current performance level. But in terms of how I view myself as a work in progress that has potential. And then in the theory of self, there'd be life stages. How a younger person versus an older person, where a younger person more focuses on the future self that they're going to become, as where an older person would be more focused on their previous self. Uh, and so these are all complicated, just like in a theory of expertise, uh, which is less developed than the theory of self. But the theory of self, going back to William James, 1890, and now there's tens of theories of self, but they're all dependent on the hard problem of consciousness. So you can have psychometric data, and you have introspection, where you could measure people and how they change over a lifetime. You could measure the environmental stimulus or various factors we'll call psychometric, and then you have introspective data about how people think about their own self, and then you actually have the theories of self, and the theories of self are dependent on the hard problem of consciousness, because the theory of self is like Freud and the ego and the superego and the id. It's just a postulation. Do we actually have an ego, superego, and id? We may or may not. So we'll call it a theory of consciousness that can't be validated as long, till the hard problem consciousness is solved.
Interesting.
I
And
sent you the link
you're
on
going to be
Facebook,
done.
Samish.
Do you think you're going to be done in a week?
Well, I might write an essay on it. I mean,
That's what I mean. Are you going to be? Do you think you can write an essay on that in a week?
Yeah, I could write a few page essay on it in a week. Saying it's a topic that I'll return to, and I've covered the concept of self has came up in other topics, so that's what it's a logical place to go from here. And yeah, I think I could cover the main schools. In fact, I think I've already have the historical overview outlined, and so this week to just read a few books and make sure I'm covering the main schools of theories of self, and then to put into my own thought of how does this apply, and then it'd probably be like multiple truth hypothesis that William James said a person has as many selves as people they interact with. So like, who am I? Who are you? Who the hell are you? And you say, well, it's a multiple truth hypothesis. There is no singular answer to who are you, because how you view yourself changes from time to time, and it could be the modular mind that there could be a module of your mind that produces a self-conception, um, and in reality there could be no continuity of self. So it's like eliminativist. You could take an eliminatist view towards self and say that there is no self, there is no continuous self. There's just a module that creates a self identity. And then how you interact with the world, there's just a predictive mind. And the predictive mind could use memories or previous input, like machine learning and priors, and learning, or it could make predictions on the current environment. And so like consciousness, that the unity of self, the continuity of self, you could say it's an illusion and take an eliminativistic approach. And from a spiritual perspective, so this essay, I'll probably just take the materialist understanding of psychology and modern science, because it'd be too complicated to do the spiritual aspect also. And then it's the question, what is the soul, what is consistent about the person, if like like there was me in previous lifetimes, like Arjun had the conversation about reincarnation, what was the same me in this generation of the last incarnation, uh, are there any constants in my personality? And from the Vedic perspective, like Ashish Dalila said that your proclivities, that you have a soul aspect where you have a tendency to like and dislike things, and those could be constants of your personality. Those are
Well, those would
beyond.
be aspects of the temporal ego. Those would not be atemporal concepts. Those would never be considered to be actually real in the immutable sense.
Well, what is the immutable I? And if you take
The
like
immutable I, there's two answers to that, right? Like the soul is the immutable I in the sense that the most permanent aspect of your material existence is your soul. Your most immutable aspect is your soul. So everything changes in your material representation because materiality is imbued of change naturally. And so it's just a question
I
of
think
what
you said that wrong. You're saying the soul is non-material. So the
I'm
soul is
saying
immutable
whether
because
the
it's
soul is
non-material.
no. Whether the soul's material depends on definition. I'm talking about immutability as a property, and no property of matter is immutable. That's definition. So being materialism is sort of implicitly saying that it's changing.
Yeah, so if my mind is non-material, then you have comparative metaphysics of the spiritual realm.
But even the
And
mind you have access to in the material is still mutable. And then you could say, well, it's actually just material because it has a material correlate. You have to impose dualism of some kind, you know.
yeah, I mean, most systems are dualistic. So even if you take the full dualistic aspect, you say all mental mind functions are non-material, part of the spiritual realm, you're still going to say, well, what's the aspect of my soul? And how do you differentiate spiritual essences? Like, so my mind, the thought, the product of my mind might exist in the non-material realm, uh, but that doesn't necessarily mean that all of that survives death or is permanent. So you have comparative systems of how you understand the spiritual realm. What's the difference between the soul and the functions of the soul? And if they're functions of the soul that are spiritual, non-material, uh, which ones are permanent? Or we use the word dualist,
Basically,
uh,
any property is permanent.
but you could have multiple realms. So there could be higher realms where there's higher levels of permanence, where that you have a lower spiritual realm that has certain aspects of the soul, and then a higher spiritual realm. And so the Kabbalistic system, uh, the Tanya uses the expression "Chelik mimal, chelik Elokai mimal mamish," that your soul is a part of the highest God, literally. That there's a certain part of your soul that's connected to the highest form of the spiritual realm and is literally a chunk of God. And then you have lower aspects that are part of the spiritual realm, not material in nature, but they're not literally a part of God. And so you would have comparative metaphysical systems and understandings. And even though I use the term dualist, that in reality the spiritual realm is multiple realms. Just use the word dualist for the material and spiritual realm, not meaning there's only one spiritual realm.
Sure. I'm more saying it dualism as a very general thing, as like dualism would be necessary for contrast, because that's what dualism is a contrast of some sort. So I've been like for a while saying I'm just not going to use the term soul, because when we're talking about just physics, we don't need to use soul because that just comes out of the physics of it. But if we're talking about what other people identify as things, right? Phenomenology, what feels like permanence and what is permanence isn't the same. So we have to make that distinction somehow. So Tinkle asked if the soul is the subconscious. No, the soul is just the aspect that is the most permanent.
Well, these are all words that have to be clearly defined.
It's like your
So,
personality. It's not your personality. Okay, it's your light body, but it's hard to understand what a light body is. Arguably hard. It's impossible to perceive your light body because that's what's perceiving, but it's like your personality.
yeah, I mean, you could define the subconscious as part of your soul. If you say mind in totality,
Yeah, I just meant when I said soul, I meant it in the sense of like what people are pointing to when they say a soul, which is the thing that survives death, which is the most immutable attribute of the material representation of ourselves.
you have to be clear in your metaphysics. If you have functions of the soul that aren't part
That's what I'm trying to do right now, but I appreciate that you agree.
that aren't part of the soul. So if you could have a system where the functions of the soul are part of the soul, or where the functions of the soul are separate from the soul. So the functions of the soul happen in the spiritual realm, not the material realm, but they're not part of the soul. So the spiritual realm isn't just the soul. The spiritual realm uh, has all aspects of mind and possibly more, and souls. And so generally there's delineations in Hinduism, Kabbalah, esoteric systems that try to give a complete working of the spiritual realm, and differentiations and delineations. And if you consider mind part of the spiritual realm, that's the point of introspection. So you're looking at the self and identity from the spiritual perspective is different than the psychological perspective, or if you call it Indian Vedic psychology, Kabbalistic psychology, because it's dualistic in nature, and you're saying that these things are not happening in the material realm; they're happening in, so to say, the spiritual realm. And if what does spiritual even mean if you're just using words? But in terms of processes, a lot of times it doesn't make a difference. You could have Vedic psychology and Kabbalistic psychology that's dualistic versus materialistic psychology, and the processes could be largely the same. So we talk about narrative, identity, theories of self, whether the mind that forms the self is a function of the brain in the material realm, or it's happening in a non-material spiritual realm related to the soul, uh, doesn't necessarily mean the process is going to be different.
Dog Pluto wants to know where our souls are born. Are they created at the time of our human body?
And these are comparative esoteric systems. So you can have a system that has an answer, and that's why I gave, like in the Tanya, it says, Chelik Elokai Mimal Mamish, that your soul's literally a chunk of God. It wasn't created. It doesn't have a beginning. It's from the God that existed before time, in the present, and will exist after time. So the soul isn't something that's created. But there's comparative esoteric systems, and then you could say there's just one chunk of your soul that is uncreated, and there's other aspects of the soul that are created, and then there's other systems that don't agree and think that the soul's a created aspect. So it's complicated cosmology and metaphysics that different systems have different answers to. Hence the multiple truth hypothesis.
Did you have an opinion or just go with traditional?
Well, in my opinion, is worthless. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, is worthless. I mean, you could use your power of introspection and say, okay, well, like I contemplate, I meditate, I feel my soul, but I don't think through my power of meditation I'm going to be able to determine whether my soul, uh, you know, is pre-existing time and was never created, will never be destroyed, and that we could use logic and reason, whatever that means, and some sort of like proof that like through I'm going to give some sort of logical proof that my
We can
soul.
definitionally negate things by excluding them from possibility by saying, contradiction grows a clock type shit.
Yeah, so it's that's why multiple truth hypothesis, comparative, and if you're an experienced meditator and you're like, okay, I'm in tune with my true self, does that mean that I'm so in tune with my true self that that I know it's an indestructible part of God that was never created? And so that's why I quote the Tanya. Actually today was the yurtsite of the Lubavitch Rebbe, tens
Yeah,
of
but
thousands of
the
people.
eternal knowledge stuff isn't part of the localized self. So yeah, what you're
Well,
saying
you take it from the
is
sages.
incomprehensible to me.
When you take it from the sages, so I say like, okay, well, the Lubavitch Rebbe, the Tanya said that the soul is indestructible. I mean, he actually said the Jewish soul, but in that sense, is part of God and wasn't in before time, not created. There's also aspects of
So the soul,
logical
is that
deductions
the
of
soul?
monotheism.
Is that the soul or is that the individual soul?
Well, if you have a Kabbalistic system, it's the origins of the soul, and then there's emanations or contractions where the soul power is contracted or limited, so that the origin of my soul is God Himself, the immaterial, uncreated, but the soul power that's manifest in the material realm is a diminished form of that. But I mean, in reality, that's the whole system of the material realm. And so if you're going to take a logical approach of the science of monotheism and if everything is God, how do you have a differentiality, even dualism? So there's different approaches. You have what's given from the sages, and you say, well, these sages said it. Then you could have what's derived from logic and reason, and then you have also from the contemplative, meditative experience, what could be derived from your own meditative experience.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's the same thing as self. So it's like, who are you? Who were you a few years ago? What's the connection between the you a few years ago and the you now? And so, you can contemplate and use your meditative. The
connection is that you're in the same material realm.
Well, you can give an answer. That's what I say. You could be in a limited. So it's like nothing.
You have no reason to believe you're in a different universe than you were before. But other than that, it would appear
You have to answer the I.
Yeah, we're at a struggle. We're at a
And
loss
you,
as to
who
how
is
to
the you? Who is
quantify
the
what is
I?
the immutable part. I get that. It's hard. It doesn't work, really, because it's mutable by definition. Like, it evolves spontaneously. Like, we didn't have to pull ourselves out of the evolutionary soup. We do have some degree of autonomous self-direction with regards to evolution. Like, you can choose to eat an apple versus chips or whatever. But us becoming more intelligent happens spontaneously without having to try, really. Us having to actively try is my point.
What's the problem with the words? You say, I am not my body. I'm my soul that controls my body. But so the I that eats an apple is not really me. That's my body. And you're saying there's a
Uh-huh.
unified I. You're going to say there's a unified I of my soul and body together, but that's temporal as the spiritual I will outlast this body. But we're going to use the same word when I say the I, the real I that is not this body, and then I use the I that's talking to Jennifer, which is using the body, but the I that is thinking and what to say and the ideas is not my body, but it's using my body to communicate, versus the I that's taking a drink might be my soul, the true I that controlled my body, but my body that took a drink is not really me.
Yeah. So you would, maybe I could talk about, like, traditionally how that's looked at.
And then you have the agency. Well, if the I is not me, I still have the agency that I'm controlling my body, and my soul is responsible for the actions of my body. That if my body sins, even though my soul will eventually leave my body, that my soul bears some sort of blemish for the actions of the body. And so after death, that there will be a mark of whatever, mark or impression on the soul from the actions of the body. If it's such a thing like, like adultery or murder or just lying, a sin, the body committed a sin, and there's a feedback. Karma is a mechanism, and the marker of the karmatic mechanism is in the spiritual, not the material realm. So what I did with my body doesn't leave a marker on my body, it leaves a marker on my soul.
Okay. So yeah, there would be a definitional exclusion of any immutability from materiality. You could say due to panpsychism or whatever. You can say Buddhism as well. But anyway, so there would be a realization of immutability as the sole source of knowledge. So So
Yeah,
basically,
Kabbalah uses the terminology klipot, which are like husks. So when the body sins, it creates a klipot, like an impurity, and this would be a spiritual impurity that clings to the soul. So it's not the soul, but it's an impurity that has attached itself to the soul.
yeah,
And that impurity that it's attached itself to the soul can also survive death.
right. So this is all really not metaphysically relative at all. So any aspect of the soul in the changing sense would not be considered knowledge. Knowledge would be something immutable that would allow
You're
one to
talking about the cognitive aspects of the
one
soul
would be able to
as opposed to
identify
the karmatic.
beyond the mere restrictions of materialism, conceptual materialism.
These are generally separate functions of the soul. You have the karmatic aspect of action reaction, and then you have the cognitive functions of the soul. So there's what I was thinking about, there was what I was contemplating, the aspects of mind, and then there's the stored totality of my actions and the spiritual imprint that my actions had on my soul. That say you could understand that as a separate function area than the cognitive aspects. So say the I that thinks versus the I that has impurities attached to it from the actions that I've done.
Yeah, the source of the intelligence and the receiver or phenomenal receiver of the suffering, those are different. And that's part of, calibrating to higher intelligence is learning how they're different.
You can relate it to okay, the I that made a serious mistake and now has this blemish on my soul that will even survive death and go with me, versus the I that contemplated ideas that factored into the decision that allowed me to do good or bad deeds that either purified or blemished my soul. So there's a interrelation. So I mean, they have the Kabbalistic system of the 10 emanations, and the higher emanations are cognitive facilities to the lower emanations of action. I put that in my essay on chess. Like that, the Kabbalistic system says the garments of the soul that interact with the material realm are thought, speech, and action. And so those are facilities of the soul, not the material realm, but those are the facilities that interact with the material realm. And from the metaphysical level, the faculties of thought, speech, and action are what actually create the body. But then there would be a feedback mechanism of what the body actually does that could blemish the soul in such a way that that blemish survives death, sticks with the soul even post death.
Sure. Yeah, did you catch my point about identifying with immutable objects of knowledge versus mutable objects of subjectivity? I don't know if I kind of made that point. That's like a key aspect of mind expansion technology, though.
Yeah, I can say, but both the mutable and immutable, according to the systems I hold of, are non-material functions.
I'm not saying that non-material things can't be mutable. I'm saying that mutability is a property of materiality. It's basically a reassertion of panpsychism. Or you could say that matter vibrates, has an intrinsic vibrational nature. Those are all essentially informationally identical. Yeah, I don't want to live forever, bruh. Well, does it feel like you've already lived forever? Because universe is infinitely old, so that means life's infinitely old. So if we are infinitely old beings, we at least have the, blessing of it feeling like we're not, at least for a while. For a
And there's also
lifetime.
a system, what is the I that the I is not actually you, the I is God. That there's a
Well, are
combination of
you
the soul and the
distinguishing between
body.
I and a soul here? Because to me, all these words are basically superfluous. Like, I don't even want to use the word soul, but I feel like I have to.
Well, yeah, we're saying if the soul is part of God, it's not you.
Well, that's the thing. I'm a pantheist, so that's already a given.
Yeah, so it's saying that the I is not really you, it's part of some greater cosmic reality. So to say
It's
the
a
I,
simulation in reality.
the unique I, is related to the enlivenment of the animation of your body. But the I that survives death in different systems is no longer an I. So say if it returns to the general, then the I, you don't live forever. What animated your body lives forever, but once you're no longer
No, it
your
doesn't.
body, that's no longer you either. Just the spirit that animated you moves on, but your attachment to that identity uh, doesn't exist anymore. It returns to the general.
Why would your soul live forever?
Well, there's different systems. We say the soul, where you have a unique spiritual identity in the spiritual realm, and you have levels. So, say the I that animates this body will still be the I that animated this body post this body. And then if you say that I that animated this body post this body will go on forever, whether it goes to heaven or hell or transmigrates to other bodies or whatever happens to it is still going to be the unique I and it's permanent that will go on forever, or the I that's animating this body that maybe will transmigrate, spend time in heaven or hell, will eventually um, lose its uniqueness and fuse back into some general. Uh, some of those are uh, divergent spiritual systems and understandings.
I'm having a really hard time following what you're saying, but thanks for sharing all that. So it'll be interesting to see your article for sure.
Did you have a week in review or things to share?
Um, Not really. I had a few ideas on a shorthand. So I'm trying to like bring together education and adaptive modeling. So user assisted adaptive modeling. So it's going to require a very intuitive programming language for however it ends up getting implemented. And then all these other things I'm trying to do, which for a while I've thought like there's got to be some sort of short form language that's a sub language that's almost like math, but like math plus, where you can just really quickly just load on information that will make whatever super clear super quickly. And so I had a breakthrough, I guess, this week where I was like going to use the four corners logic thing, where you have being, non being, both, and neither. And it just happens to work out in English really well that the fourth corner is almost always the ground. So when something actually does fall into the fourth corner, and that's what's hard about this kind of logic is that you have to like actually understand how things work to use it. But yeah, once it's formalized, it doesn't have to be formalized again. So that's good news. And yeah, that's where I'm at, but it's not fully finished. It's like I'm basically writing out my existing theory to see what the language ought to look like so that my theory is the shortest in the language. And I think I basically got like, I don't even know if this is visible right now. Yeah, it's not even visible. I'll actually screen share what I was talking about for the last little while. I mean, I don't think this is going to be make this any more clear, but at least now you see I have a diagram to go with it. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, just sort of to comment on what you're saying. Like, I don't know if you're at the point of realizing that, let's see here, how much the suppositions matter in the description of what you're giving, or I guess it doesn't really matter because you're basically, you see yourself more so as a curator than a, I don't want to say dictator, but you don't see yourself as judging. You're more summarizing.
It was descriptive, not prescriptive.
Yeah, that's one of your mantras. Is that going to be one of the pillars of the MTH?
No, I mentioned that from linguistics, and then in active inference, they said that. I mean, that's just a common principle in science. I actually wrote on the critical theory that science is descriptive, not prescriptive.
Here's a diagram that I've got. It's cut off at the top, unfortunately, so darn it. But anyway, it's a panpsychic model of a theory of language. So my argument is like we have to focus on process relational approach so that we can be sure we're talking about the same thing. And this diagram is meant to show like that if you're assuming something, then it's not really about assuming something right or wrong. It's always wrong because it's a rendering, it's a model. Like our cognition is a model. So it's a question of like, partially it's a question of how many times is the model being iterated in a judgment. And also like, can you cross correlate that you're referencing the same process, at least broadly enough to know that you're not talking past each other. So this is basically meant to show that like you have your consciousness, which is just there. And then you have your subject, and then you have a theory of mind, and then you have a language. And even though in practice, this arises pretty much within a blink of an eye, and it's all arising all the time on an ongoing basis. So the question is really, well, what properties, how can I emergentize the properties in a coherent way? And the way we do that traditionally is, well, we remove all the properties, and then what's left over is your irreducibly complex, whatever, monad, or whatever you want to call it. And then you can start adding properties back. But obviously having to take into account the fact that a property is something that's modeled by interference on a boundary, which is a model for observation. And so the changingness that is baked into the cake of a change happening is baked into the algebra, or whatever you want to call it. I guess you could call it the metaphysics. So consciousness, everything's conscious. That's just something you don't really have to think about it. It's just like you're going the other way on solipsism. You don't really think about it because everybody basically inherits the same limitation. So it's less of a limitation at that point. And then the subject, and in principle, you can have no theory of mind. I mean, you shouldn't assume that you have access to that type of consciousness, but it's been described and it's in principle possible to access it. So it's good to say, well, it's there. But for someone who's unpracticed, the subject, the theory of mind, the language, and the association to an ontology, which is a lattice of concepts, that's all happening, boom, a completely no way to stop that in its tracks. Only practices that allow your mind out of its normal tiny habit fixations into larger, integral, immutable forms can allow you to actually, you wouldn't start out able to slow space-time down to the point where you could perceive it, but through progressive stages of getting better at yoga, you could theoretically get to that point. Then you have theory of mind, and then the gap to language, that's what some people might get access to just through their own self help, like meditation and stuff like that. And that's where most of your body language is getting interpreted. So the most information rich layer is actually between the theory of mind and language. And I'm sorry that it's cut off because, like, yeah, my bad. So it's cut off at the top, but that next layer is language, and the final layer is just it's a lattice of concepts, and those are the atemporal things. So the idea is that we're temporal. Our material physicality is temporal, subject to change, but there is this lattice of atemporal things that don't even have to exist to have causal powers, but they have permanence like a chair. And that's why there's never a chair in materiality, because there's only one chair, universe cheap. Anyway, that was that. Um, it's quantum mechanical because it incorporates locality and non-locality at the same level, as well as information, where the information is undergoing what you call recombinance, which is some type of a self-referential calculation, which is where you want to be careful with. Because right now we're not doing any calibration for this. We're just like, let's just throw Pythagorean theorem at it, forever. Well, that's sort of not the point. The point is to have the computer work for you, which is to accentuate your own natural abilities. Like, I mean, we already have biomimicry. Would you agree that biomimicry is like integral to the future of the progression of artificial intelligence?
No, that's why I said intelligence is something that humans and computers use in the future of computer intelligence will go on a different path than biointelligence. And in many ways, computer intelligence is already more advanced than biointelligence, and there's no benefit to biomimicry. Like, for example, AlphaFold,
Well, neural
where
nets
like AlphaFold, where there's
aren't
no.
neural nets biomimicry, hence the name.
That's just the word that they used, but no, I mean it's probably a misnomer that they're called neural nets, but they're not really biomimicry. That's just the word that we use because we know intelligence from humans, so but I think the future, like I said, to look at intelligence as a unique function that is used by humans and it's used by computers. It's not in the domain of humans. But when they first started making computers, they thought intelligence was something in the domain of humans, and therefore they gave terminology and words to it, like neural net.
That is incorrect. A neural net is based on how they model the brain to transmit information. I mean, remember when we had Aiken come on and he was talking about how they were growing the nodes to an electronic machine of some sort? They had like integral processors that were adaptively engineered on the fly based on training data. And that was all he was all saying. It was based on biomimicry.
Yeah, I mean, that's NIMRISTA. So I mean, there's actual biomimicry, and then there's terminology that we use for computer science.
Terminology that we use for computer science, right? No,
So, I mean, neural
process
network.
is an emulator of how they've modeled the brain. The only way to attack what I'm saying is to say that the model of consciousness is wrong. But there's no question that it's modeled off of, I mean, it's in the name.
Well, I mean, what do they even use neural networks for?
Adaptive AI? I mean, neural networks is the class of like the most functional AI.
I don't think so. You would call artificial intelligence, it's just the terminology. If you have an artificial neural network, That's not artificial intelligence. That's specifically biomimicry. So if you're just referring to machine intelligence,
I'm saying
that's
designing computers, emulating the form of natural things, in particular the human brain, aka in particular our models thereof.
yeah, I was saying that machine learning has basically nothing to do with human intelligence. It's based on Boolean logic, circuit logic, and algorithms. And there's no evidence at all that the human brain uses any of those, the algorithm, circuit logic, or Boolean logic. So you could call it
I'm
artificial
sorry, there's tons of
intelligence, or
evidence that we use Boolean logic. That doesn't
there's
make
no
us
evidence that
Boolean
the brain
computers, but you know.
there's no evidence that the brain uses that a human could use Boolean logic, but there's no evidence that the brain uses Boolean logic or
Uh-huh.
or Boolean circuits.
I could have sworn you used that exact opposite argument recently, but maybe I misunderstood. So, whoops. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we understand very well how the computer functions, how even a machine learning algorithm, and you take it to the circuit logic of it and the algorithm, and it's not a biomimicry at all. You say that humans produce these algorithms, but they're not based on how we think the brain or human intelligence works. They're based on pure ideas. That's why they work so well. That we created a device that just performs these algorithms.
Uh-huh.
And that's not
Fix
it's not a
that.
biomimicry. They function much better than a biomimicry, and there's no reason to believe that a biomimicry would perform better or even close to how well these pure circuit logic and algorithms perform. And that they have like the NEMRIST, there is such a thing as artificial neural networks, but that's not what's used. Those aren't the high performing computers. It's just that is a technology. It's an area of research, but most machine learning computers, they're not using that. They're just using straight circuit logic
I
and
know
algorithms.
that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what are the actual codes of the machine learning doing. And in their own words, they're emulating biological systems.
No, they're not. You're talking about artificial neural networks. Machine learning uh, isn't uh, isn't emulating biological systems. They're performing abstract algorithms that have absolutely nothing to do with biological systems. We found a mechanical mechanism of circuit logic to perform algorithms, and they're not based at
I'm
all
literally
on
looking at it.
biology.
It says the connections of the biological neuron are modeled in artificial neural networks as weights between nodes. Like I'm literally reading off the Wikipedia here.
Yeah, there is such a thing as artificial neural networks, but that's not what's used for machine learning. Machine learning is done with just circuit logic and algorithms.
You do realize they can then implement
There's no
software
neural
on that,
network
right?
in that sense. In the computer you're using right now, there's no neural network. It's just circuit logic.
Daryl says they're not using machine logic. They're using a weighting system and an error feedback system. So yeah, clearly there's tons of updating. And you're assuming like what you're saying makes literally no sense. It sounds like you're saying it's like programmed in microcode or some sort of thing. Like, no, that's not how it works.
Circuit logic and the algorithms function, and the circuit logic there's no biomimicry involved.
Then why is it called a neural? I'm literally just reading it off the Wikipedia. You're arguing with Wikipedia at this point.
I'm not arguing. You're talking about something different. What neural network doesn't have anything to do with machine learning.
Artificial intelligence. What I said was that artificial intelligence, biomimicry would be central, integral to the success of artificial intelligence going forward. That's what I said.
Yeah, I'm saying it's one method, and there's not that many clear results. There's much more results from just straight algorithms and circuit logic, then I mean there is such a phenomenon as
You do realize
artificial
that if you
neural.
have enough circuit logic, it can be modeling anything, right? That's the whole point.
Yeah, but there's no biomimicry in that. To create a circuit to
No
to
shit.
perform an algorithm doesn't need biomimicry. So it is the phenomenon
I'm
of
not talking about
artificial
that.
neural networks, but the majority of machine learning uh, doesn't use it. It uses straight circuit logic. It doesn't mimic neural networks.
Oh, so you know how machine learning works now? Because the people who work in machine learning, they don't seem to know too well how it works.
Well, because it's beyond one single human. I mean, it's like you said, like the neurons, the Avogadro's number, where there's trillions of transistors on on a chip. So you're saying you know how it works, but you know the nature of circuit logic, you know the nature of the algorithm, and if there's trillions of transistors on a chip or computers, you know every aspect of it, and even a series of engineers that put it together. No one engineer, designed it. It's a team of engineers that made their module and it put together. But yeah, there's plenty of engineers that know the basics of machine learning from the electrical signals and circuit logic to the algorithms and how the circuits perform the algorithms.
I don't even know what your point is here. What are you trying to
So if you
say?
had a machine learning algorithm that's iterated, it's a simple formula, a machine learning function, like a Bayesian feedback that iterates an algorithm.
Uh-huh.
And then you could draw out the circuit logic of how it does that. And it's not a biomimicry, it's a circuit logic, it's electrical circuit.
Listen, artificial intelligence, cognitive modeling, and neural networks are information processing paradigms inspired by the way biological neural systems process data. It's from the Wikipedia. That's what I've been saying.
Yeah, there is such a phenomenon, but that's not the main area of machine learning. If you're talking about
I
artificial
said
intelligence,
artificial intelligence. I don't know why you keep wanting to equate it to machine learning.
because machine learning is what's used. That's what's common. Artificial intelligence
Says who?
says the engineer that you like the automation conference where you could have bought a machine learning package for an automation for recognizing an object. Says the guy who is on lecture 16 right now of the MIT course in machine vision. You have a machine learning algorithm for machine vision. It's not biomimicry. It's mathematics applied to circuit logic. How the human mind does it, we know less than how the computer does it. And how we programmed the computer to do it was not biomimicry. It was through solving mathematical equations and then determining the circuit logic and the algorithm to program that into the computer. And it had nothing to do with biomimicry. It had to do with circuit logic. We don't know whether the brain uses circuit logic.
Well,
It's like I
that's
don't know of
true.
any artificial intelligence. I know of a lot of machine learning on the market, things that you could buy, products, things that you could download, and a basis of how they work. I don't know any artificial intelligence like Aiken had mentioned that there is a phenomenon, but no, I don't see that used often. I see basic machine learning algorithms and based on circuit logic.
And what type of jobs are they doing?
They're doing machine learning
Okay, machine
algorithms.
learning, doing machine learning, that doesn't tell me anything.
If you're talking like a chess program, that I mean, the chess program is not a biomimicry; it's an algorithm. Like I showed the algorithm, and you could actually, I mean, it's like active inference. It's not it's not that complicated of an algorithm, and that's the code, and the code functions through circuit logic. Just the basic logic gates that are on any transistor, any computer chip. And if you're talking an engineering uh, machine learning algorithm, like I mentioned for uh, machine vision, so if you want to have a computer connected to a sensor, a camera, and then it would be able to decipher the geometry of the surrounding and recognize an object and then manipulate that object. It's not biomimicry, it's mathematical formulas and algorithms programmed into circuit logic. I don't understand what you're don't understand about this and why you're insisting there's some sort of biomimicry.
Because I have like studied this for a very long time, and neural nets have a huge domain of applicability and
Is there a
large
neural
data
net
set.
in your computer?
It doesn't need one. That's
Your
not,
computer right now, does it have a neural net?
that is really, it couldn't not be a straw man, that
No,
question.
because I mean, my computer doesn't. I don't think it has a neural net, and
Yeah, but it's obviously a
I've
straw man
downloaded
question, so I
machine
don't even
learning
want to answer
programs.
it.
I have running machine learning programs on my computer. It's not using a neural net. It's using basic circuit logic.
Okay.
If you're
Is it
claiming,
using artificial intelligence?
I mean, it's just a meaningless word. What do you call artificial intelligence? And you really that word they don't use anymore because they say that there was the point that you mentioned that I'm trying to stress is that um, computers have advanced machine learning substantially more than the human mind is capable of, and they're not trying to mimic the human brain. They went beyond the capabilities of the human brain, and they're maximizing algorithms based on circuit logic. They don't need to mimic the human brain. They have the algorithms might be designed by a human brain, but they create algorithms that could be iterated, that have feedback
So
functions or
do you
training
even think
data.
AI has a future? Like, you think AI is just a stupid buzzword then?
Yeah, AI is just a word that people used in the 80s when they thought that the human mind would always be superior to computers or some form of biomimicry where they thought that computers mimicked mimicked brains. But you still have the hard problem of consciousness, and really, I don't. I mean, it should be simple. There's basic circuit logic that could perform logical functions, and then those algorithms. And when those algorithms are coded into the circuit logic, they, well, I'll use the word intelligence. I mean, you have an issue with that, but they perform intelligent functions
I don't have
beyond
an
the
issue with
capacity,
that. I think that
beyond the
it's
capacity of what
not a
human,
fact that computers have intelligence.
beyond the capacity of what human intelligence can or likely can ever perform. And so you could give the same algorithm. You could sit there and look at an algorithm, and we could go over and say, "Oh, I understand the algorithm. Let's perform a few iterations." And maybe we could sit there and perform 10, 100, 1,000 iterations. The computer could perform millions of iterations in seconds, and it doesn't do that through biomimicry. It does it through uh, circuit logic gates. And there's absolutely no evidence that the human brain has or uses those circuit logic
I
gates.
literally was never saying that.
I mean, the human mind may have been what discovered and created these circuit logic gates, but it's not biomimicry because there's no evidence that biology uses these circuit logic gates.
I wasn't suggesting that that's what the biomimicry was. You seem to be hell-bent on misunderstanding me here. I'm saying neural nets is biomimicry. And neural nets accounts for the success of AI, but you don't even accept the premise that AI is a thing.
I don't know one thing. I mean, we talk about AlphaZero does not use biomimicry, does not use neural nets. It uses regular computer processing and algorithms.
It's adaptive.
I don't know what you mean. What uses these neural nets? What AI machine learning like AlphaZero doesn't use them?
Okay.
I shared the Lex Friedman video. They might use the expression neural nets as a.
Oh, they might use the expression neural nets, but it's not neural nets.
Well, they're basic transistors, logic gates, and computer programs. If there is a phenomenon of neural nets, like Akon mentioned, that's not what AlphaZero is using. That's not what AlphaFold is using. You're saying that it's proprietary. You can't get AlphaFold and download it to your computer. But you're saying if your computer doesn't have these neural nets, but you could still, eventually get it. You could get Alpha. You can't get AlphaZero, but you could get certain similar programs, and you can download and run on your computer. And it's just an algorithm, and that's what I said. We could look at the algorithm. I have the papers. I went over on my channel some of these algorithms, and we can understand why they work in terms of machine learning. It's like active inference, and we could do a few iterations. But the computer could do millions, trillions of iterations, and so it's not. There's no comparison. Human intelligence will not be capable. Just like watch the Lex Friedman video on AlphaFold. Human intelligence will never be able to do what AlphaFold did. Human intelligence could create the algorithm and program the computer to do it, but human intelligence will never be able to do what AlphaFold did.
Okay. So I guess instead of saying artificial intelligence, I could say adaptive. The algorithm is adaptive and it's trained on training data, right? And that's what makes it so good.
Well, it's just a Bayesian algorithm.
It's not, though. It's really not.
It is. It just has.
It's trained on data.
Yeah, that's a Bayesian algorithm. The training is the prior.
You can call it that, but it's no more a Bayesian whatever than a neural net.
It is. It's more a Bayesian algorithm than
even though it's proprietary algo. It's Bayesian. What is this obsession with Bayesian statistics, frankly? It doesn't seem scientific.
It is. It's an iterative process, and you could program in the priors. That's what machine learning is, where you programmed in the priors, and it's iterative. So
yeah, iterative meaning it's trained on data that has a truth table, aka adaptive model, that kind of thing. That's the basis of how it works.
I mean, they're parallel to the active inference free energy principle equations.
That is a single equation that is a model and an admittedly hyper narrow implementation of a more general theory. It's nothing connected to what we're just talking about.
It has the same structure. It's an iterative.
It's really algorithm. Not in any way that would actually matter. Only in the sense that like everything is consciousness. Well, sure. Well, let's try to actually say something though. Yeah. So Daryl says image recognition, pattern recognition, artificial neural nets can be used for lots of things.
Of an iterative algorithm.
Like I agree with that, but I don't know if that's just like because I'm biased by being in that field. I don't know. But I think what this turns on is like how, well, a couple of parameters, like how shitty can your data be and still be good? Can your thing learn on data independently? How specifically truth mark does need to be, and so on and so on. Error correction, all those things. So.
Yeah, so it's just a Bayesian algorithm.
That's not Notice how
It
I
is.
never said Bayesian in there? Notice how I didn't use the term Bayesian even once at all? Why would I want to inherit metaphysics like that? If I can scarcely make sense of what's going on, why would I add something even
It's
more
not
confusing on
metaphysics,
top?
it's a mathematical
I'm afraid
algorithm.
math inherits metaphysics by
I mean,
structure.
you could stop on your philosophy of math, but you're just talking about iterative algorithms, and they really come from Bayes, and because Bayes was over 200 years ago.
What does Bayes being 200 years ago have to do anything with adaptive inference computers?
That he's the father of these iterative algorithms.
I mean, frankly, wouldn't it be Gauss? Because it's always about inverting the matricial
Yeah, I mean,
representation
there's a lot of people involved
of
in
your
it. It's
computer.
just it's an iterative algorithm, and it operates according to normal logical mathematical procedures.
Normal, eh?
Normal that could be defined through electrical logic gates.
Yeah, that's sort of redundant for anything implemented on a computer, but given how big the processors are, it's not so material. Bob Elvis says deep learning is a play on words, a play of words on deep neural nets, many layers of neural nets. Look, it's all a play on words. It's fundamentally what's happening. Okay, what is it that we're trying to force our way out of? It's adapting the eigenvalues of a huge matrix.
I mean,
Quickly.
these are the descriptive
That
words
has,
that we use.
excuse me, but what does that have to do with Bayesian statistics?
You have descriptive words that we use to talk to each other. So if you wanted to, you look at the code of a computer and saying a lot of these machine learning codes, they're not that complicated. They're just a few hundred lines of code because it's just an iterative algorithm.
That wouldn't be at all material. That's like saying JavaScript is simple because it's got a couple lines or whatever. It's
I was saying the code for
there's like
many of these machine learning programs,
computational load of the
it's not
strokes
like
in the
hundreds of
coding.
thousands of lines of code. Some of them are only a few hundred lines of code, and it's basically just an iterative algorithm that they have to code in.
I get that, but that's not actually saying anything, and that's not, undermining what I said at all. Yeah, so it may just be a semantic thing. I think ultimately that turns on, like what I said, training data, and that's probably the proprietary part that we would be speculating on. So, but I don't see, frankly, how
You're talking like AlphaFold or something
statistics.
for these, but there's plenty of machine learning programs that you could download for free.
That doesn't mean that these things are based on Bayesian statistics.
There's even, you're saying like there's high school students could program machine learning. I mean, like they're not super complicated. You could be a high school student or even like a junior high school student and program some basic machine learning.
That doesn't, what is that supposed to mean?
Machine learning means that the computer, based on the iterative algorithm, will take data from the environment and use that to self-correct itself and what we'll call learn. So the purpose of the
Oh yeah,
iterative
that's really easy to
algorithm,
set that up. You can set that up like in Microsoft Paint, right?
not Microsoft Paint, but I'm saying I don't know the current languages, but yeah, you could set it up in probably R or um, any basic coding language.
Mm.
You don't need like some super fancy software. I mean, you have to have an interface, so it has to
A sampler, you mean?
well sense data. So if you're feeding in the data, so if you attach it to a camera, so if you're programming something like for machine vision, you have to have a camera, and then you might have if you're going to have to write your own program, you would probably have some sort of um,
This is very speculative, right? You can't
no.
validate any of this stuff.
I think I could do like a screen share.
Go
And
ahead and validate anything out of what you just said, frankly.
I'm not a coder, but yeah, I think I could. I think for free, even with just my um, even with just my camera here, I would be able to get a free programming language, some sort of interface that takes the camera data and puts it into language, and to create an algorithm that I would be able to. And I'm not a good enough. I'm not really a coder, but that it's something that a high school kid could
That's
do.
the whole thing. It's like you're saying something that isn't a fact, and it's like you're not a coder. That's not how it works. Like, I'm not even a coder here. I just defer to the expertise of coders frequently because it's like I don't want to make a mistake.
I'm saying I'm not a coder, but I'm saying it's not. It's something that's doable. It's something that a high school kid on his laptop could do. He could program a machine learning. He could create his own machine learning algorithm.
Okay, do we have like a precedent for this that we can point to and say there's an example of this happening?
An example, like a high school assignment.
Well, I'm
Like
just very curious to see someone brute forcing machine learning on raw data that seems so self-evidentially easy that it can be hand waved in a 5-minute discussion. I'm sure you can point to one poor
Yeah,
sap
on
who's gone
YouTube,
through
I've
with
seen
the
like
actual experience of it.
when they have these competitions, usually for um, robots that play games like shoot balls. So you could have you could program an algorithm for your program to determine the trajectory, how much force to give the ball to shoot. You have a sense data that has some sort of sensor, if it's a camera or a pressure sensor, that is going to take that data and feed it to your program.
This is like the time that you were speculating about printing viruses
That's not
on a
speculation.
3D printer. Remember? That's the level of speculation that we're at right now. I don't know if
I
anybody in the
didn't
chat wants to chime
speculate
in,
that.
but
I
I
showed
feel
you
like
the
this is off.
exact Fisher dynamic equipment that you could buy that prints RNA strips. It wasn't speculation. I showed you the Fisher Dynamics, the exact piece of equipment that you could buy to do it. And that's different. I mean, that's something you need a specialty equipment. This is something that if you're watching this stream, you probably already have enough equipment to do.
Okay, Daryl, I think what we're pointing to when we're talking about learning here is the ability to incorporate training data in a manner that makes future identifications of type, which are also intrinsic to the system, either faster or usually just more accurate. And you're saying a feedback control loop is not learning. Well, if it's not, then I think feedback control loop of some kind is part of learning. I don't know how you can have learning without what appears or like phenomenal autonomous control. So
I mean,
got
here it
to
is
sort of
just
be careful with
on
words
Amazon.
sometimes, you know. You can't
Here
get
here
wedded
it
to
is just
words, and you can't forget words. It's sort of a gray area in terms of how much weight to put on the meaning of words.
It's too big to share. I'll do a screen share, but here's just on Amazon, free machine learning services. I mean, these are the products for. This is for bots, for text to speech, speech to text, machine learning. Build, train, and deploy machine learning models fast. Here, this is right here on Amazon. that you could do machine learning algorithms and make your own, train your own bots. I took some of these courses at MIT. Here's the MIT management course, machine learning and business. And in some of these courses, you create your own machine learning program as part of the course, like an undergraduate course. I think you have some overestimation of what machine learning is. How to build machine learning and model in 7 steps.
Well, we sort of went from we could easily program a robot to play ping pong to 7 steps to a chat bot.
Yeah, I mean, a chatbot's something simpler. So I was saying that anyone watching this stream could probably create a machine learning algorithm. I haven't tried it. I'm probably not going to, but maybe we should, because generally I'm not a coder. But yeah, you could create a machine learning algorithm for your own chatbot.
Yeah, so interesting.
I mean, it's not. It's just because it's something you haven't done.
I have worked with neural nets. That's the thing. It's like, what, do you not believe me when I tell you I have? Or
what? I mean, so you're overestimating like the difficulty of it. You know, you could do it with Python, with R.
what?
You could make machine learning algorithms in Python and R.
I'm going to be using someone else's neural net. I'm not going to make a neural net because I would make a terrible neural net if I made one.
You don't need a neural net. I'm saying you could do it with Python or R.
It's not, I mean, yeah, you need a neural net for what I was doing on my job. So my whole thing is like, I know about neural nets for my job that I actually had. But yeah, the conversation about how to define learning is interesting, but like ultimately the bigger perspective on all this is like, yes, consciousness is a problem. Yes, we want to make consciousness independent sort of quantitative assertions, but we really only have access to like qualitative seeming assertions through our quote phenomenology.
Here's the
Daryl says it's way harder than what you're describing, Doovid.
We have to be a coder, saying that like any idiot could do it, but it's saying like, yeah,
I have a lot of respect for coders. That's why I wouldn't like undersell the difficulty of the task that's being described here.
This isn't the company that I spoke to, but these are the type companies that were at the automation conference that have computer vision solutions. And I was told they have machine learning training that's drop and drag. That was basically idiot proof, and you would be able to drop and drag.
For what?
To train.
What application?
To train a robotic arm to recognize objects.
Do we have an actual proof of concept on that?
Well, yeah, that's what I showed you at my the automation conference.
An automation conference doesn't count, you know.
Well, I didn't buy it. I didn't set up a robot. But they have drop and
That's
drag.
my whole point. It's like nothing you see at seeing something at an automation conference is actually evidence against it being market ready because it's at the conference.
No, these were for sale companies. Drop and drag training. And a camera you attach to a robotic arm, and the software would be able to drop and drag. That you take a picture of the object, drop and drag, and for the type movements you want to make.
Sure.
And then the program would be able to self-program the robotic arm to make the movements.
Do we have a proof of concept? So why is consciousness a problem? I find it beneficial how Sky works. I don't mean in a problem as in it needs to be like erased or something. It's a problem in the sense that it's always touchy to talk about subjects that people are unfamiliar with. Consciousness has mystical aspects to it. It's got some non-mystical aspects in the sense that we can say, well, we can agree we're all conscious, but then past that, it's like, what does that really mean? And so from experience, we feel like it's really hard to talk about the topic, not because it's bad, but it presents problems because of its nature. And Sully Sullivan says he does not know what you are talking about. It does seem you're kind of going around a little bit.
I'm
You don't
talking
like
about.
the idea that neural nets are going to be important for artificial intelligence.
I don't mean honestly. Like, I'm not using the word neural net, and I mean it's causing unnecessary confusion, saying that there's software that is drop and drag that will create the algorithm for you based on your drop and drag to train data, mostly for visual sensors for like robotic arms. It said that if you want to have a robot
And
and
what type of data is being dropped and dragged?
the object that you want the to be recognized.
So you put in a ping pong ball in a drawer somewhere, or what do you have? How do you get the ping pong ball into the thing?
And presumably you would take a picture and then you would feed that into you would scan it or.
So you don't really know.
Well, I didn't buy the software, but I mean, I spoke to the people. I went to the conference. I saw some of it demonstrated that you're talking. If you're talking about a robotic arm and ping pong, you got to get stupid. Saying I mean because you're poor or because like you don't work or you don't know these processes.
You're the one
But
who's buying into the hype without looking into the what's actually
it's
going
not
on
hype. I'm saying this
mechanically.
is proprietary software that exists currently, and usually be for boxes or objects. Like so in Detroit, you're mostly talking about automotive widgets, some device, some product that would be for whatever reason, you make it one unit on your manufacturing process, and you want a robotic arm to capture it and move it to the next point. So to train the computer that this is the object that you want to recognize. So if you're talking about
Yeah, so
simple
drop and drag, click and
made.
drag, that's not a click and drag. You need some way to actually get that information in.
Yes, so that's what the software does for you. So if you actually wanted to program the robotic arm in the exact direction that it's going to move, we're saying you want a software where the software, you're going to tell the software what you want to do, that you want to take this object that there's going to be a visual sensor, a camera attached, and it's going to recognize that this is the object that you want, and it's going to grab it, and then it's going to take it to the location that you want, then it's going to let go, and then it's going to repeat the process. And that you have, I'll call it idiot proof, but there's drop and drag software for people that want to automate their process.
Automating the process of lifting up a box and putting it down on a conveyor belt versus playing ping pong, not the
I don't
same
know why
thing.
the hell you're talking about playing ping pong.
Well,
I'm
you're the one
talking
who said
about
that. You
I'm
made it sound
talking
like
about the
some high
automation
school student
conference.
that
No one's
automate a
playing
ping
ping
pong game.
pong. We're talking about manufacturing processes. And we're going to get stupid for just being stupid. We're talking about manufacturing processes and automated robotic arms with the machine vision. And maybe in theory you could have it to play ping pong. I was mentioning like high school assignments where kids in robotic classes fool around with this stuff. That might be the type thing that they would fool around with. I thought the type of software that's for sale is for manufacturing processes. You buy a robotic arm, and you buy a camera, and then you buy the software, and you could program the software yourself. You could pay a programmer, or there's certain software that makes it simple to program it where you don't have to code it. You could drop and drag.
The original question was whether it can train itself on external data. And we hadn't gotten to whether it could do that supervised or not.
I don't know who asked what I mean original question.
Well, you seem to be saying that
I'm talking about practical things that I know. You're talking like, oh, this was the question. Who asked that question? Who cares about that question? I'm talking about practical things that I work with, that I even put on my YouTube page to go to a conference and see demonstrations of.
Okay.
I mean, Sullivan, it's obvious. Like, yes, there's machine learning algorithms for image recognition. There's machine learning algorithms for robotic arm movement and placement. And yes, there's drop and drag software to make it simple for you.
Cool. You want to read your
I don't think it doesn't use neural nets. As far as I know, this software would probably work right off of my MacBook. Although the robotic arm would use a PCL, a programmable logic circuit, which is electrical circuit box that controls the robotic arm. And notice PLC, programmable logic circuit. It's not a neural net, it's a programmable logic circuit.
Yeah, I said biomimicry. I asked how much biomimicry was going to drive AI as like a main thing, and I just couldn't even imagine someone disagreeing with that. But
I said none. Biomimicry has almost no influence on the direction of machine learning and the direction of the computer technology.
Then what was Aiken talking about?
He's talking about nimristas and computer circuits that function in a similar way, and those are experimental.
And that was biomimicry.
Well, not really biomimicry. I mean, you could call
it was.
No, it's not.
They designed it based on growing nerves.
No,
he literally said that. It was
no,
adaptive.
He said just
grown out of a liquid.
It works in the same way, but it's not necessarily based on.
Holy shit! They're telling you it's analogous. It's literally modeled after it. How much more evidence do you need?
That's not what Aiken was showing us. What Aiken was showing us wasn't.
I wonder what he would say.
Well, I mean, you could hunt him down. They're saying it might use the same process that bio used, but it wasn't biomimicry. You're talking silicon, and okay, so silicon is similar to carbon. And like I went to the silicon conference, and like it's in the same, not on your periodic table, but the useful periodic table that has periodic trends. Silicon is like carbon. It has 4 electrons that are seeking bonds, and therefore silicon will go through a similar process of carbon and neurons. And so if you just allow the circuit, as opposed to making circuits, that if you allow the circuits to form in the natural way, you could call that biomimicry because it's similar to how neurons work, but it's not really biomimicry. It's a natural material process that has to do with silicon.
So how long? What would it take for it to actually be? At what point is it biomimicry then?
Biomimicry is where you're mimicking a biological process. So you're not the nimristas are not mimicking a biological
point of anything
process.
Literally adaptive is.
No, they're not mimicking a biological process. It's a material science, and because silicon is in the same has the same 4 electrons like carbon, it will go through the same process as carbon. I mean, it's possible that people who first designed it thought, but I mean, it's a material science phenomenon that I wouldn't call it biomimicry. I mean, if Aiken, I don't even think Aiken would agree with you. And no wonder he stopped watching the show.
I don't know why you're so upset about this, but okay. So do you want me to start reading your blog?
Yeah, sure.
Congratulations, by the way. You can check how many views it's up to. Dang. Oh, well, thing is stuck. I don't know if it's possible for you to do this, but to diminish it's probably the FPS of your camera. Is that possible? So it's up to 2298 views. Congratulations, 39 loves. That's just great. Always nice to see. Hopefully this can continue. I no longer see you. You didn't have to do it right away. It doesn't have to be for now. It's for whenever.
I just turned the camera off. I mean, I might be able to do it, but
I think it's probably that it's 60 and my computer can probably only handle 30 or something like that, which is basically making so that it like always overloads my encoder and I can't change anything anywhere else. So anyway, what's the purpose of chess? So mystical approaches to the meaning of chess. What is the purpose of chess? Is chess more than just a game? These simple questions are actually quite difficult to answer, and there's no consensus among chess historians, scholars, coaches, or top players to its purpose. Global estimates are that 1/5 of humanity plays chess, with small variations, being more or less popular in different regions. In the last 200 years, tournament chess has standardized the rules, the movements, names, and forms of the pieces. Competitive play focuses on determining and rewarding the best player. Pairing and rating systems were designed to pair up players against each based on level of play with the goal of figuring out who is the quote best. But is the goal of chess simply to win? Is tournament play's main purpose to determine and reward the top player? Casual chess players may prefer their own conception, with wide varieties of chess set styles found around the globe. Because the rules only focus on the way the pieces move and how the game ends, chess is symbolic, leaving one to conceptualize the meaning of chess pieces as a goal of the game however one pleases. One is free to interpret the meaning as they wish, as long as they follow the limited rule set on how the pieces move and what causes the game to end in a victory or draw. In this essay, I will examine the historical role of chess as a form of divination and representation of spiritual processes. Chess as a form of divination. The origins of chess are disputed among scholars, with ancient precursor games and textual references all over the globe. It's beyond the scope of this essay to trace the history of chess, and I will hope to return to a scholarly treatment of the history of chess in future essays. In this essay, I will exclusively examine the meaning and purpose attributed to chess. Most early variants of chess appear to have been a method of divination, the practice of seeking knowledge of the future or the unknown by supernatural forces. One early method of divination was dice, usually made of bone, often the bones of one's own ancestors. Dice with multiple sides could represent various choices a person can make, and the role of the dice, a method of contacting supernatural forces to guide us in our decisions. Many early dice games are connected with ancestor worship, rituals designed to commemorate and venerate the spirits of one's deceased forebears. Besides for venerating our ancestors, one may seek the counsel of our ancestors through dice and games, especially games of chance, where the chance outcome is interpreted to be communication from ancestral spirits. Using the bones of ancestors is an extreme form of divination, and it is unknown whether the first chess pieces were made of bones, or at least played with a dice made from bone. Whether or not the earliest forms of chess were a specific method of seeking counsel from our deceased ancestors, chess probably originally served as a form of divination. Games were not the only form of divination, as people used shrines, sacred objects, pilgrimage sites, shamans, priests and priestesses, oracles, mantras, and countless other methods to try to get guidance from higher forces or divine inspiration. But how did the game of chess help people ascertain answers to their difficult questions or communicate with deceased ancestors and higher forces for help? One of the earliest known divination games with clear explanatory text is the Chinese I Ching, using sticks and patterns from which higher meaning can be deciphered. There are no similar ancient texts like the I Ching for chess, although we have many ancient artifacts and textual references to chess being used as a form of divination. In future essays, I hope to return to the available historical references and evidence. Then this essay will focus on explaining how chess can be used as a form of divination. The purpose of chess as a form of divination was to help people understand what was likely to happen in the future and make the best available decisions to adapt. Chess was used as a method of divination through the symbolic interpretation of what the chess pieces and board represent. Most spiritual systems are dualistic in nature, with a material realm and a spiritual realm. Mind, soul, and higher forces are elements of the spiritual realm that interact, control, and influence the material realm. Various traditions and schools have different explanations and understanding of what consists of the spiritual realm and how spirit interacts with the material. As a form of divination, chess can represent the interaction of spiritual and material forces. Any dualistic systems can be mapped onto the chessboard in pieces with various forces represented by the pieces and their positions on the board. Like the I Ching, meaning can be derived by the position and configurations of the pieces. One example is the Kabbalistic division of the faculties of man into thought, speech, and action. The king and queen represent the faculty of action, the pieces the faculty of speech, and the pawns the faculty of thought. In Kabbalistic writings, thought, speech, and action are referred to as garments of the soul, method through which the spirit interfaces with the material. More complex Kabbalistic interpretations of chess parallel the pieces and their position on the board to 4 worlds and 10 emanations, which is beyond the scope of this essay, but hope to go more in depth in future essays. However, most historians agree chess originated in the East, and the Kabbalistic understanding of the meaning of chess is an adaptation of earlier Dharmic traditions. Let's start with the most common and simpler material version of chess as a method of divination. Dualistic systems with chess representing the interaction of spiritual and material realms can be significantly more complicated and difficult for people not used to understanding the mind as in a separate spiritual realm. The most common symbolic depiction of chess is of opposing military forces, like in the Indian and Iranian precursor games Chaturanga or Shatranj. The pieces represented battalions and military leadership and their position on the board battlefield arrangements, the game representing war strategy. In earlier times, chess was not seen as a game of skill for people to demonstrate calculation ability, but a way to predict the future. The players represented opposing forces of group conflict, revealing what was likely to happen in future conflicts. As in the expression, "We don't play chess, chess plays us." Two sides, often priests making the moves, were considered agents of higher forces or the group they represented. What happened in the game, quote unquote, was viewed as a form of prophecy. In military forms of chess, the board and pieces could represent future battles. And the opposing players were oracles and fortune tellers that gave some special insights into the future. Chess was not understood as today a game testing mental abilities and preparation with the goal of determining who's smarter or the superior player, but a form of divination about future events. The witnesses or sponsors of the event could base future decisions off the outcome. This understanding of chess applies even today. Many people who follow chess view players representative of groups, usually the nation they play for. The scale can vary from individual to global group conflict. The chess game has meaning to spectators and participants for the predictions of what might happen should the parties enter conflict. The players may represent themselves, their larger groups, or just mercenaries for which they receive a small fee for their prophetic abilities. The conflict model of chess is the most common and straightforward interpretation of the meaning of chess. In a less violent take, the goal of chess is to help predict who will rise and fall from prominence. The historical analysis explains the tendency among chess fans and the wider public to understand chess players as representatives of groups and the outcome of the game as an indication, an insight into the rise and fall of leaders and likely outcome of future group conflict. Even though most chess players no longer believe the outcome is being guided by external spiritual forces, the tendency to interpret the outcome to larger issues can be understood as a modern form of divination. Chess as an inner spiritual struggle. On a deeper level, chess represents the struggle between the forces of good and evil, light over darkness, internal conflict, not group conflict. Metaphysically, the faculties available to us can be used for good or evil, and chess is representative in the internal battle for our hearts and minds. In Dharmic traditions, the chess pieces can represent the powers of the soul, faculties of mind, perception, and more, in the battle for control over a person's decisions. Will a person act according to Dharma or give in to false ego? Can the conditions of the material realm and trappings of the mind be overcome? Chess is played as a game between two people, but representative of our internal struggles. The game is to be taught to kids as a method to teach them the laws of karma, how to approach decision in life, and to purify our thought processes. Self improvement works best in groups because we all face similar internal struggles. Know thyself by playing chess. Chess helps in the self improvement process by being a window into our deepest desires and motivations that are revealed in play and can be purified and prevent us from making future poor decisions. In various systems, the pieces can represent spiritual forces in the board, physical locations, and actions, or the board and pieces can be a combination of spiritual and physical representations. One example is the giant system of 8 types of karma and the ahimsa principle mentioned in my previous essay that can be mapped onto the 8x8 board and pieces. Chess represents our internal struggle against our own bad karma and the goal to overcome the false ego and limit suffering, ahimsa, and achieve eventual liberation, moksha, as the expression the eyes see, the heart desires, the mind plots, and the limbs carry out. Chess represents the process of perception leading to desire to act, of which the mind develops a plan for the limbs to carry out. The purpose of chess is to represent karma, action, reaction of the various ways we can react to our perceptions, desires, motivations, actions, and their consequences, with goals such as limiting harm, ahimsa, and fulfilling our dharma or duty. Today, chess is still most popularly used to teach children to think about the consequences of their actions, to think before they act. Most of the Dharmic traditions had a form of chess representing group conflict, helping plot out likely outcomes, but also a deeper understanding of chess representing the self-realization process, karma, and a way to purify our minds. Doovid, I'm getting a little tired. You think you could take over?
Yeah.
Are you wanting to put your camera back on? Because it looks from here, it looks like I cannot see you. But feel free to put it back on. Like I can figure out a way to get it to work.
I mean, I could probably, I'm not sure, there might be a setting to decrease the resolution, but it's probably easier just to turn it off.
I didn't mean for you to like try to fix it right now. But yeah, I just want to mention it and because I don't want to forget because I keep having to turn the camera off basically anytime I have to change something. So there we go.
Chess reinterpreted in the West. Chess historians agree that chess started in the East and migrated west through the Islamic Golden Age to the current form canonized in Europe. See George Dean's Chess Masterpieces 1000 Years of Extraordinary Chess Sets for a pictorial historical overview of how chess morphed into the form familiar today. Western mythology hypothesized the origins to King Solomon, a game of kings of a biblical nature. Most players were unaware of the Eastern origins, spiritual origins of chess. Chess became less a game of spirituality and internal transformation, focusing on the aspects of interpersonal or group struggle. The military nature switched more to a diplomatic nature to help predict the rise and fall of personalities, kings and queens, even business interests. The pieces gradually shifted to be representative of the feudal system of Catholic Christian monarchs that dominated Europe. As the game of chess became more popular among the masses, the status of chess deteriorated into a simple gambling game. Early Islamic, rabbinic, and Christian authorities in various locations and times forbade the game of chess for degenerating moral values and gambling. The Talmud debates whether people should be allowed to play chess, allowing it only as better than being idle because it can sharpen the mind. Rabbi Maimonides ruled professional chess players are unworthy of serving in law courts, likely due to due to connection to gambling and fortune telling, and a sign that top chess players of the time were degenerates. Islamic authorities worried that playing chess would lead to sin and increased people's tendency to engage in forbidden activities such as substance abuse, telling lies, cheating, false oaths, and gambling. As chess traveled west, the original meaning was lost and started to develop a bad reputation. Jewish interpretation of chess. Jews served as a conduit from east to west, and chess is a popular subject of early rabbinic poetry. Rabbis often used the game as a parable for deeper spiritual lessons, pardon me, including the warnings of the dangers of sinful activity affiliated with the game. The Kuzari of Rabbi Yehuda Levi talks about chess as a game of kings and a metaphor for free will and decision making. These writings on chess and free will are an early precursor to Kotov's candidate moves and analysis trees, and similar to early Dharmic conceptions. The focus of chess as an allegory to free will helped rehabilitate the game's deeper meaning of understanding karmic processes and each individual's personal struggle with life's choices. Later rabbinic writings started recommending teaching chess to kids to sharpen their thinking skills and to learn to contemplate the consequences of their actions. Chess became so popular among Jews in Europe, it was codified into the high holiday New Year's prayer service with the legend of Simon bar Isaac and his estranged son Elchanan, who becomes Pope. When coming to make a request from the Pope, they played a game of chess, and the Pope wins using a technique that the rabbi had taught his son. From the unique combination, the rabbi recognized that the Pope is in fact his long lost son. In future essays, I hope to go more into detail of Jewish history in chess and Kabbalistic conceptions. In many ways, chess served as an interfaith communication among Jews, Muslims, and Christians. Among the elite, chess was a game of diplomacy serving original divination purpose, but to the masses, chess often deteriorated to just another gambling game. However, even in the degenerate form of chess as a gambling game, the divination of future events and rise and fall of personalities can still be seen as the purpose. Another topic beyond the scope of this essay to return to in future essays is reincarnation in chess. In both Dharmic and Kabbalistic conceptions, one of the spiritual forces that can be deciphered from chess is the transmigration of souls. Common was the belief that great chess players were reincarnations of previous great personalities attempting to further their mission and struggles not yet completed from previous generations. Chess can be used to help people figure out our mission in life. In Kabbalistic terms, our tikkun olam, repair the world, the reason we are here, our greater mission that takes many lifetimes to accomplish. Rise of tournament and competitive chess. 1851, Howard Staunton organized the first major international chess competition at the London Great Exhibition, the First World's Fair. This led to the creation of tournament chess and a canonization of the rules, movements, names, and form of the pieces and notation system. Competitive chess became a sport where the purpose became to bring the top players together to determine and reward the best, eventually leading to a world's championship. The pieces were standardized into the Western Christian feudal system we are familiar with today. Tournament chess operates without greater meaning other than competition. Competitors play to win purely based on the geometric patterns of the pieces, preparation, strategy, and mental skills. However, modern chess still retains the European system of Christian monarchs consisting of a king with a cross, queen, bishops, knights, rooks, and pawns, adapted to Christian Europe from the European precursor forms of chaturanga and shatranj. Although some of the earliest chess works focused on strategy, till the advent of tournament chess, divination was the main role. Early authors focused on the life lessons that can be learned from chess, using chess analogies to help explain spiritual lessons. Strategic ideas were generalized to a deeper understanding of the consequences of our actions in making better decisions in life than purely as a method to achieve victory over the board. After the rise of professional chess, less focus was put on the meaning of chess, but on winning strategy. Today, chess theory is almost exclusively dedicated to the best path to victory. These strategies are neutral in meaning, and a surprising majority of top players today insist chess has no meaning and is just a game or sport. Anyone talking about the deeper meaning of chess is unlikely a competitive player and laughed out of most serious chess clubs, ironically often relegated to coaching youth. Regardless, the symbolic nature remains. One can understand the meaning of the pieces and the purpose of the game as one pleases. Conclusion. The rise of cognitive science has switched the role of teaching chess to children more to general thinking skills than the historical role of karma, morals, and ethics to help children understand the consequences of their actions. Chess in schools programs focus more on mathematical reasoning than moral reasoning. However, the majority of casual chess players and youth coaches still focus on the historical constant meaning of chess as a way to teach children basic thinking skills and to help understand the consequences of our actions. The deeper meaning of chess remains open to all. Many spiritual leaders, such as the Lubavitch Rebbe, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, blessed memory, frequently use chess metaphors to express spiritual concepts, words of inspiration, and examples of the self-improvement process. In upcoming essays, I will go more in depth into the role of chess in Judaism and the historical role chess played in diplomacy and interfaith between Jews and Christians and Messianic theology. I'll also explore the Kabbalistic and Dharmic systems of how chess can represent the interaction between the material and spiritual worlds and help us in our self improvement process to purify our hearts and minds and make optimal life decisions, minimizing harm in dealings with others. From there, I will delve into the current research on chess, expertise, intelligence, and decision making from cognitive science and consciousness studies related to the predictive mind and how this all relates to my multiple truth hypothesis.
Well, it's not hard to see why you got so many views. You basically memed yourself as a legend on the chess server.
Well, I'll show something. I'll do a screen share. So now I'm a legend on the chess server. I mean, God forbid, because I'm a winner. The purpose of chess is to win, and Doowood's a winner, and so you could see on is my screen share working?
I just need to remove the pin, and now it's good to go.
So you can see I got, I'm a paying member. I got the wings because I donate. I'm a donor patron for 2.5 years. I have placed in the top 500 on the all server marathon. That's 4 times a year that I played in 3 of the last 4. Placed in the top 500 that has tens of thousands of people and 3 variants. 2 variants, I'm top 50 on the server. 1, I'm top 100. If you look on players, for example, Racing Kings, there you can see Doooovid ranked number 15. Horde, I'm in the top 100. If you look at tournament winners, I'm on the leaderboard. See Racing Kings, I won the monthly. Crazy House, there I'm on the weekly. So I'm on the leaderboard. The server has millions of, I think it has millions of players. Tens of thousands of players play every day, and I have 2 teams. I'm
And
team
your top
captain.
how many?
Well, in variants, I'm in the top 100 of 3 different variants in regular chess. So I'm in regular chess. I'm only top 6%.
Only.
So I'm
It's tough. You know what? It's lonely at the top, isn't it?
for this variant, I'm well into the top 1%. Crazy House, Horde, I'm in the from the very best on the server. I'm team captain of 2 different teams, the Israeli chess players. We got 158 members, team captain, and then this variant Racing Kings, 448 members. I'm a team captain. And if you see the arenas for this is I'll put this in the chat. This is all Elite Chess tournaments, the weekly tournaments. You see, I'm number 2 on the whole server. I've got 35 first places, 20 second places, 24 third places.
Who's ahead of you?
King's Crusher, and actually friends with him on YouTube, Trifon Gavriel from London. And just to show you, King's Crusher, I used to watch him. He was one of the first YouTube streamers, and you can see he's got over 100,000 subs, and he's got 62 million views. So number 2 to the most weekly tournament wins to King's Crusher. So I said that's why I'm getting the views on. So I'm a known personality on the chess server, say like that. So not only and not just that I wrote an interesting blog piece, but I'm a regular top player on the server. So as opposed to Twitter and Review, I have about 10, 20 views. That's it. So I think if I wasn't a top chess player, I'm not sure. Maybe it would have got some views. But I have a personality. Like I said, like people, I'm good at chess. I win at chess. So people on the chess server are like, oh, I wonder what this guy has to say. As opposed to off the chess server, not as many people are interested in what I have to say.
Well, it's something. It's a power base is what it is.
It's a form of expertise. It's credibility. It's ethos. And, my biggest detractors are the people that are better than me. I beat Doooovid. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I know what I'm talking about because I beat him. But in reality, it's just a method of establishing credibility. So that's why honestly, I didn't think I was even going to post this stuff to the chess server, and I posted the one on memory techniques, and it only had a little to do with chess, just because Review kind of sucks. You can't update it. You couldn't do like pictures. So I was just looking where to put my blog. So I put I put it on the chess server, and even the first one that I did on memory techniques, I got over 100 views, which was way more than I got on Twitter. And then, the next one, the Science of Consciousness Conference, I'll go back to a screen share just to show. So I've done 10 blog posts now. The first one was on the hero's journey, and the second one was on the multiple truth hypothesis. I don't have my Twitter logged in on this account. So the Twitter one wasn't so good. So, I figure like, okay, I'm a pain.
You couldn't update that, right?
You can't update. It's like Twitter. Once you tweet it out, you can't edit it.
Yeah, that's basically like, enough reason to not use it.
So I posted the one on memory techniques, and I got 10 hearts and over 100 views. And I was like, well, that's decent, pretty good. I was able to edit it, add a picture there. There's a discussion forum. So I figured, okay, so I started each week putting it on the chess server and then Twitter, and I still tweet it out. So I tweeted out the other one, but literally like 13 people have read my last blog post on Twitter. So or at least viewed it. So the second one, the Science of Consciousness Conference, which I thought was pretty good, one of my better essays, but only got 178 views. And then my cognitive dissonance one did pretty well. So now it's up to 689 views. But I had over like 400 views in a few weeks, and people that I play chess with, mentioned that they read my cognitive dissonance one. So I was at that point, I saw that had more potential for viewership on the chess server than on any place else. So I made my next one on Kotov candidate moves and analysis trees. You can see that one at this point has 835 views, and it will probably steadily get more views. Like the Himsa one really took off, but this one's about chess, and it's on a topic like Kotov, think like a grandmaster, is a really well known topic that chess players know about. So this one is my third most popular blog post. If I posted it now, the Kotov's candidate moves, it might get over 1,000 views because now I have more subs. My 3D printing additive manufacturer got over 400 hits, um, even though it has absolutely nothing to do with chess, just using it as theory. Critical theory also over 400. And you can see in the comment section, like someone even was like, "What the hell does this have to do with chess?" And I was like, "Well, uh, it doesn't. I'm just using the chess server for my blog post." And the Himsa principle periphery, I talk about the Himsa principle in the chess server all the time because there's a chat in the chess server. So like sometimes in the chat, like I'll mention the Himsa principle. So like as I said, like I'm on the chess server all the time, tens of hours every week. I play. A lot of times I win. I'm always talking about the Himsa principle. So I was surprised, but yeah, this one really took off, got huge viewership. It's 2 weeks old now. So, I put it out literally 2 weeks ago today, and but it slowed down. In the last like 3 days, it's only got 200 more views. So, might still get views, but whatever reason, um, it took off, and I'm glad it did. This my post Friday, it's already got 2,300 views, and we'll see if you look on the comment section. So the Himsa principle, just some of the good to see the feedback. Over 50 comments. Some of them are mine. I made a first one, although many of my blog posts are off topic to chess. They're related and hope over the next few months return to these concepts in direct relation to chess. Chess likely originates in India and is mentioned in Vedic literature and has spiritual connotations, which I plan to write about soon. Many times the pieces were deities, military pieces, or representing faculties of the soul and mind. The Himsa principle can be seen as chess strategy with the goal to minimize harm, depending on how you understand. Um, so someone asked the question, which, but so that I wanted to return and connect it to chess, which is what I tried to do, and so thank God I had some success in that. Someone asked like a question, what openings best exemplify the Himsa principle? Someone else answered the question on his own. Then I mentioned it's not really a strategy in that like an opening. Um, this guy disagreed with me about Martin Luther King. Just a random chess player. It was like Dr. Martin Luther King was a Christian, um, and so it's kind of like a silly argument on that. One guy from India loved the blog. Other guy from India glad to see our culture being spread all over the world. Him says something which was originated from Hinduism and then became part of the religions originated from Hinduism as well as Jainism. Um, Here's another guy, uh, just quotes it, source Bhagavad Gita. I don't know if this guy. Well, I must say your blog on Ahimsa seems very superficially. It mentions about the philosophy of Ahimsa, but I'd like to tell you that you unknowingly portrayed a very cloudy side of the meaning Ahimsa. According to Jainism, if you break down the apple from the tree, then it is Himsa. So he gives his own take, and so I tell him like, well, um, thanks for adding your opinion. Obviously it's a big topic and it was already 5 pages. Here's Akbar the Great. Nice, good to know that others uh, read and research about practices of other cultures. Another guy, John Miller. Doooovid, thanks for this really well written, informative blog post. I could not agree more. So, positive feedback. Um, Someone here is like, why'd you post this? Other guy just trying to talk to someone else in my chat. Other guy's like, the topic doesn't relate to chess. And here, this guy, Hari Krishna, it was great surprise and gratitude that I saw such a lovely article on Lee chess, although it made me completely lose interest in playing chess at the moment. And so it was good to see some positive feedback. Let me just see. Right now, I'm the second most popular blog post. This is on a famous game. Was just posted today. Has over 6,000 views. I'm not going to be able to compete, but the next one only has 813 views, and after that, 100 views. So blogs aren't that popular on the chess. Most chess players don't really read the blogs. So hundreds of thousands of people come on to play chess every day. Most people don't read the blogs. Um, mystical approaches to chess. I think I got a few comments. Appreciate that. I've always wondered these questions. Nice. LOL. Neolite, excellent essay. At one point, I thought of an idea that when the pawn reaches the top of the board, it becomes a queen. Thus, it gives the pawn a purpose to find the divine feminine and transform to perfection, enlightenment. Um, so, positive comment. This guy, I think, was from Finland. And I think I got a comment on critical theory also. So, one guy was like, very good, but how is this related to chess? And then this other guy says, like, well, critical theory is bad. What about the bad consequences? So,
Wow, that is a lot of comments. That's exciting.
well, the
You got
HIMSA had
lots-
almost, 50 comments, including like 10 of them that are me responding. This last essay only had like 5 comments, or 3 comments. I think 2 of them are me responding, and critical theory had like 3 comments. So not that many comments, but some feedback. So I was saying that's why the chess server really has a better blog hosting than Twitter. So thank God they have it. Like, Facebook used to have. I would have used Facebook. Like, it used to have notes, and they got rid of it. But thank God the chess server. Not many people use the blog. So if you look at it, even though I think hundreds of thousands of people log into Lichess every single day, but there's probably less than 5 blog posts a day. So you're looking like 1 out of
Well, it sounds
10,000
like it's
people.
supposed to be about chess, pretty much.
Yeah, but they have the option for a blog. And like, I donate. I've been donating every month now. I've donated hundreds of dollars to the chess server. So I didn't feel bad about using their blog hosting service. Like, I'm a regular donor.
I think it's great that all those comments were made. It's great that people feel like they can voice their opinions and further the conversation. Like, would you take any of that into account for future writings? Probably not. Eh?
No, of course. Like, I mean, definitely feedback is, I mean, even if you were my only feedback, I probably would have slowed down. Like, because the HIMSA one got such positive feedback, as I said, like, I pumped out the article Friday, like a day early. I remember last week, like, the HIMSA one took a lot of research. It was, I edit it, and I had my mom look at it, and I was just going to take the week off, and I didn't even know what I was going to write. And then got such positive feedback, I wanted to pump out another article on chess, and I did it ahead of schedule, and it was longer. It was 6 pages. It's the longest, over 3,000 words, the longest one I wrote yet. And so definitely positive feedback gives incentive. It's like Charles Moskowitz. Like, I don't get any positive feedback. I don't even get positive feedback from him. And so just like, why am I doing this? And for like me and you, so I get positive feedback from you. I try to give you positive feedback, and that's why I said like, okay, I'm
Well,
going to try to.
I think we try to give each other meaningful, thoughtful pushback as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, just like positive feedback, like saying, "Great, good job, like way to go." But yeah, I mean, like critical, um, criticism and insights, not just like encouragement, but encouragement also. But I'm saying like I've been trying to push you, and you push me. Like I want to write a book. I want to accomplish things. Like I'm not just fooling around. I want to accomplish things. I want to write a book. So even if I didn't get any positive feedback, um, if I hadn't came onto the chess server and it was just Twitter where basically no one Roger who I don't know if he teams into Week in Review, but he kind of likes my Twitter posts.
Talking about Perlman?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
he's
he's like the
great.
only Yeah, I haven't seen him for a while, but he's been liking my Twitter posts. Whether he reads it or not, I don't know. But that's basically my only feedback. Like Twitter, I have 3 people who sub to my email list, and Twitter tells me that only 2 times has the person actually clicked to open the article. So, and then the views, very little, like 13 views, 10, less than 20 views. I'm like my last, the first one, the hero's journey, got like maybe 60, 70 views. Um, but after that, none of them have got more than 20 views. So it says even if I didn't have any feedback, I probably would have kept on writing because I'm a goal oriented, accomplishment driven person, and I want to write a book. And but yeah, having like people interested, waiting for the next one, telling you they're waiting for the next one, uh, it gives you more incentive. And like, yeah, if you were making money off of it, if you have like super chats, people were paying, that would be even more incentive. And like, so this stuff on self, um, like, okay, like it's also ego, like I'm one of the most popular blogs now on the whole chess server. So, like I want to keep on pumping stuff out, like, yeah, and I want to give the people stuff that's interesting to them. So if it wasn't interesting to anybody but myself, I would keep on doing it. But it's an incentive, like things that are interesting to other people related to the feedback. And like I was mentioning on in the very beginning on the science of self, where you have a narrative voice. So I'm talking like in my next essay where I'm creating some sort of narrative voice where there's a value proposition, there's me that research and understand certain things, and I'm trying to further my own research and then express it to other people. So I have, my chess students. I'm a volunteer chess coach. So I have actually people that I'm coaching where you could say like, yes, I'm their coach. I'm their chess coach. You could call me, coach Dave, like at the Detroit Institute of Arts before COVID-19, like African Americans, like Coach Dave, like you could call me coach, and I'll help you out. You could ask me for advice specifically on how to improve your chess game, and I'll give you advice. And I've messaged hundreds of people like on the chess server. Yeah, my mom still edits my papers. And this last one, my mom edited, but I noticed like my writing's getting better and I'm making a few less typos. And my mom, I think if you see outside, there's some fireworks going on in my neighborhood, 4th of July weekend. But yeah, my writing's improving. My mom giving me some constructive criticism, some recommendations. Um, so definitely my mom's help makes my papers higher quality. Because my mom was a lawyer. She's got a more dry, legalistic, but she's a accomplished writer. I don't think she ever wrote a book, but she was a lawyer and she wrote briefs and memos and even legislation. She just had legislation passed in the Michigan Congress related to business law. So definitely my mom's help is useful in terms of editing, grammar. And my mom has she majored in history and she has like old school education in English grammar.
Yeah, well, the proof is in the pudding, as they say.
Well, it's not enough. Saying, okay, JF published a book. JF has 10 published papers. Um, so just having a blog that is being well received on the chess server, like I said, it makes me happy. Thank you. Thanks to everybody liking, watching it. Hopefully, people gain from it. Maybe I get students, they win and have good results, or people have insight and help people out with their meditation and self improvement process. That's awesome. Like I love that. I'm happy to do that. I'll continue doing that. Um, but Jennifer, I want to publish a scientific paper. So I'm still not published, and I want to write a book. That's why I started doing this. Jennifer pushed me. It was her idea. So now I've written 10 essays. I saw Jay Dyer just released his book collection of essays. He's got a pretty big audience, obviously, that, like, I don't think anyone would buy my book. So, 10 essays. If I had like,
Remember, you didn't think anyone would read your blog either.
well, yeah, so if I had 20 essays, I could write a book like Doovid's collection of essays. But I don't think I'm going to do that. Like, I want to write a book on the multiple truth hypothesis.
You can always
And
write more than one book. Like, write one, write a bunch. You know how they say your hardest million to make is always the first one, right? Probably the same with books in some sense. This
well,
is
I'm just a
exciting.
collection of essays. I'm not sure that I'd publish a collection of essays. I want to write a book on a topic, multiple truth hypothesis, and, but maybe I would touch these up and publish like a collection of essays or something. But no, I want to structure it, and really none of these is even quite a chapter. Like this last one was the longest one, uh, got into 6 pages, 3,000 words, and a chapter you're looking at like 10, 20 pages. So there's quite a way to go. If I do another one on self, danger of the e-personality, expertise, start returning to these topics. I think expertise, I write like a whole series of essays, and maybe on machine learning. Some of these topics are pretty difficult, and I don't have expertise on them. So just writing, okay, like if I'm a chess coach, and a lot of the people I'm coaching are kids, so saying that I'm not expecting to write like like a technically awesome paper on the topic, but something that will be a starter for kids or for people who don't have background in the subject. And so if I have an audience, I don't mind doing that. So I'm saying like, yeah, I'm not going to get published writing a paper on theories of self, but for kids or people that follow me, um, there would be a value proposition that, I read a whole bunch of books on theories of self and wrote that into an essay, and even just for Jennifer. So, Doovid will read a whole bunch of books on theories of self, write an essay, discuss it with Jennifer, and
And
it's
have
kind of
me
like,
be like, I don't think so. David is really patient with me. I appreciate that a lot. Nicholas says he's not sure if it gets easier because the more you write, the higher the expectations get. Now, is that the expectations of yourself or other people there? Because it kind of
well, I'm
sounds
saying you
like
have an
you're already
audience.
living up in some sense to the expectations of the medium because you're on the chess server.
Yeah, I mean, so most chess players really don't write that well. So, like, my writing is substantially better than most of the other stuff on the chess save. So there's a few good writers, but relatively, like a lot of the essays, this stuff actually has like chess and diagrams, but like doesn't even have like grammar and spelling mistakes. Uh, isn't even edited. Uh, but it's like if I have an audience, I'm a chess coach, and most of my students are kids. So this is just I'm just whetting their appetite for interesting subjects that maybe they'll go on to learn. I think Luke Ford, when he used to have the KMG, it's like the book club, but no one read the book. So it's like, we can
Oh yeah.
review if it's like, it's like a book club, but only Duvid read the books. But I mean, that's okay. Cause like Jennifer's not a big reader.
Are you saying
And
I'm not doing research? Because, you know, I am researching. Not reading books, though.
Well, I didn't say. I mean, research comes in different forms, but and you might read some, but I'm saying like there's a lot of literature on the theories of self. There's a lot of history to it, and going to read like Locke and James and Freud, and then all these modern scientific psychological theories. I'm going to end up reading thousands of pages on the subject, and then condense that to a few page essay that covers the main ideas. And then maybe me and Jennifer will talk about it a few hours. We talked about it maybe an hour this week. If I get the essay out next week, maybe we'll talk about a few hours the following week, and then we'll move on to the next subject. Like the science of expertise. We talked about that for like half an hour, and maybe next week, if I get my essay on the self, and I've furthered my research, we'll also talk more about the science of expertise, and then eventually I'll have like a 5 page essay. But something like that topic, the science of expertise, is something that I'll return to more and more. And so even cognitive dissonance and theories of self are related, because cognitive dissonance is related to the conception of self. Um, and so in cognitive dissonance is a pillar of the multiple truth hypothesis, and would be a chapter or two in my book. So if
How
I
is
did
that going to be a pillar? How are you going to incorporate? Because to me, it's like something that goes into a computer.
the what?
If it's something that can, in theory, go into a computer, how do you put cognitive dissonance into that? It seems like a psychological model, not a computer model.
Well, multiple truth hypothesis. And multiple truth hypothesis will have a mathematical form, but it's saying it's also philosophical theory, and the main benefit of the multiple truth hypothesis is related to theories of self. So I had mentioned cognitive dissonance as a main pillar, but you could call it cognitive dissonance in relation to theories of self. And then you could see like William James, a person has as many selves as people they interact with. So like multiple truth hypothesis, like who are you? Jennifer, who the hell are you? Is there one of you or are there a lot of you? And you say, well, multiple truth hypothesis, there's a lot of you. And so that like theories of self is related to the multiple truth hypothesis. Like, who the hell are you? You're like, which Jennifer am I talking to tonight? The same one I was talking to last week, or a different one? And so that's multiple truth hypothesis, theories of self, but you're not going to relate that to a mathematical form. But I say multiple truth hypothesis will have like an iterative algorithm, mathematical form, but that's not the main juxt of the theory. Saying but I do want to include that.
I think you
So
mean
it's,
thrust. But yeah,
yes,
I
the
don't see
main
how it
thrust of
fits in.
it.
So it's not part of like the actual like infinity axiom truncation process.
Yeah, but there'll be an aspect, it said that like it derived out of interfaith, so related to any area where you have multiple conflicting theories that all have explanatory value. The multiple truth hypothesis will be useful, and it may be I don't even most useful, but a whole section. Maybe I'll switch it from cognitive dissonance to theories of self. That really probably theories of self and identity, and cognitive dissonance is a subdiscipline.
Yes, I think that would be good because you could say there's as many theories of self as there are people. Because you could say there's as many theories of mind as there are people, but then cognitive dissonance kind of a more
Yeah,
generic
so
thing.
when I did the videos, I put cognitive dissonance as a pillar, but maybe more accurate with like theories of identity as the pillar, and cognitive dissonance is a subfield of theories of identity, because cognitive dissonance it's a dissonance to an understanding of
You
one's own
said
identity.
theories of self and then theories of identity. Which one are we going with here?
I'm not sure yet.
I think you should go with theories of self. Identity would be at the very best as on the order of complexity of self. Like if you want something generalizable.
I have to look at the words and the science of it. Like, is it theories of identity or self? And I'm not sure yet. I have to do more research. That
No, a word like
both of the
identity inherits baggage.
both of the words are used.
It, yeah. So self inherits less baggage because there's more theories of self. They're sort of drown out by how many there are. Like when you talk about a theory of self, what does that mean? It means nothing. Most
You have
people,
to do
that
your
wouldn't mean
due
anything
diligence.
to them. But if you say a theory of mind, it's like, okay, I kind of get what that means. That's like how my consciousness is shaping my concepts. That's a theory of mind. My theory of self is like, what? It's inconceivable is my point. That's why it's like the more general.
You have to do your due diligence. So if the terminology is theories of identity, then maybe I'll go with that. But so you have to do your due
I
diligence.
don't think there is a set terminology. It would really depend how you want to slice it. That's sort of your call as the analyst. We can talk about that. But Skyworks, and I like that you're always asking these kind of questions. Dependent arising, you want to look beyond perceptions of like stuff like good and bad and look at something which is canonical conjugation, which is best espoused by the single slit electron diffraction, where think of it as a trade-off. Really tiny doorway, really big. It's think of it like a pinhole camera. You can look up a pinhole camera. How does that work? Well, it projects the image upside down, so it's fanning out because it's so tiny. It's not a great analogy, but it's extremely hard to visualize this stuff. So the answer is that vague and vagary and precision are subject to dependent arising, and you can establish that using the uncertainty principle with position, momentum, canonical conjugation, which is the definition of the uncertainty principle. But the art or the knowledge comes from knowing where to put the line because it's operator input controlled. Where do you actually delineate the trade-off? So you can't say it's beneficial or a hindrance, but you can say that, well, this definition's too vague for this application, or it's too specific, right? Like right now, the problem we have with consciousness is that it's neither too vague nor too specific. It's just not defined anywhere that we can actually zero in on improving anything if there's an issue with it. So I don't know if that helps, but sometimes it's not just as simple as well as it good or bad. Like there are what you could argue categorically good things, but they're not subject independent because they're just not comprehensible. You have to know previous things to be able to build on those things to the things that are whatever universally preferable, if you want to argue that way, which I don't.
Yeah, I've been getting
Yeah.
invites or like requests to so if people were reading my stuff and then wanted to talk to me about it or like invited me to speak to them about it, that would be even better positive feedback. And they like Charles Moskowitz or something, like he's writing books, he's trying to book himself to promote his own books, and like God forbid it's not working out that great for him right now, although previous books have worked out better in the past. And then he's speaking to other authors. That's the nature of the business if you're self-promoting yourself or you're living. But yeah, I mean, if things are going well, that would be a sign to get invites, requests to explain things to groups of people or something like that. uh Building an audience is tough. Just in YouTube, that we got some audience, is good. Building a larger audience, and then even platforms like modern day debate or something, if you have the networks. So it's good that you have larger networks, but like how valuable are those? um saying like T Jump gave Esoterica like a softball interview, probably because he actually has a bigger platform than T Jump, and like within the field, and then just advancing ideas. So it's like, okay, I created multiple truth hypothesis because I needed it for my own mental advancement. Let alone trying to articulate and make it useful for others, and to do the due diligence of what information is already out there. That's a lot of work, and there's a lot of related research in this with like, okay, is it self or is it identity? And if I do the due diligence and it turns out there's both, or maybe the majority of research is identity theory or self theory, and then even the etymology, like neural nets or something like that, what does it actually mean, what's actually being used, what's the history of the word, why is it the word that people use. And if you were going to write a paper like a scientific paper, uh, you have to use the terminology the way that they're commonly used. You have to clearly define your terms. So there's a lot more work to do. And just in terms, like, I'm still studying the mathematics.
Yeah, that's my point, is that your most important definition is going to be whether you're going to frame this as a theory of identity versus theory of self. And I would steer you away from the first one, if for no other reason than just to say that it's too close in terms of how it sounds to the principle of identity or law of identity, which is integral not only to like a lot of understandings of philosophy, but also kind of calculus in an indirect way through Leibniz.
Well, I'm not forwarding my own theory of self. I would be using the
I
multiple.
know that, but you're the analyst and you have to decide at the beginning, is it better to frame it as self or identity? And I'm saying stay away from identity because of the historical baggage. There is no corresponding theory of self historical baggage. You're starting off fresher by framing it as self, because ultimately the two terms informationally, are they really that distinguishable? We'll know when they're pointing in the same kind of general vicinity.
Well, you have to do your due diligence, and if the multiple truth hypothesis is helping people navigate the current theories, you just have to do the due diligence. What are the current theories, and what terminology do the
You
current
also have to
theories
weigh
use?
them in terms of relative, like whatever, don't you? Because you can't list every single theory.
Well, no, you do your due diligence, and to have a publishable paper, you have to do your literature overview, and you can't list every theory, but you should list uh, the major theories and where your fits in. So if I'm talking about theories of self and the application of the multiple truth hypothesis to theories of self, and that would include spiritual theories of self to dualistic to psychological scientific theories of self, and then multiple truth hypothesis would help a person navigate it. So then I would have to demonstrate the multiple truth hypothesis by uh, using it to navigate. So just writing an essay, like, well, okay, I did the research and I wrote an essay of an overview of theories of self. I used the multiple truth hypothesis myself. That's how I did the research and organized the research to write an essay. But I didn't, in my essay, you're saying, okay, so the multiple truth hypothesis is a heuristic mental technique that I used. And so, well, how did you do this research and write this essay? Well, I have a technique I call the multiple truth hypothesis, to where I actually write a book on the multiple truth hypothesis. Where,
Exactly. And I would say read, um, what is it? The Freakonomics book, as well as The Tipping Point by Malcolm Gladwell, as like a general format that I think would work for you. I just wanted to real quick talk about the trade-off there, vague versus specific. What's better? I would say you can find balance points sometimes, and that the QMPT is kind of an example of that, where if you aren't getting your boundary conditions defined properly, you are running the risk of blurring out detail that contains important information. So if you look at the bottom in the middle, it's the one on the left where it says k equals +1. That shape is generated from the QMPT shape. So if you just start with the QMPT, you can get this space-time generic form from that. So anyway, the point is to have metaphysically minimal ontology if that's what people are actually interested in. But anyway, it's not just that. It needs to be necessarily, ground coherence, I suppose you would say. And this is the sort of the argument for like the stuff that we're calling vague and precise is all relative to this ultimate proportion construct thingy. And then there's an arising duality of properties within this thing. Anyway, that's I don't really think that was very clear, but hopefully over time this explanation will become less nebulous. But basically, yeah, if you don't land it right where it's supposed to go, you can make a million measurements and you don't really have any way out of your bad theory if you're blurring out detail that should have been there. And it's unclear how to get past that. So anyway, that's that.
Shalom, Titan, and Nicholas. Some clever comments in the chat. Wrote a book, The Theory of Everything, but I'm a sophist, so it doubles as theory of self. Titan, if I write multiple books on a single truth hypothesis. Very clever.
Yeah, I'm kind of faced with the same stuff. Like I have to figure out where to start, and it's not always clear, like ever, what makes sense. So what is going to be the size of a book to finally write it? So I think for you, like just the whole, you could describe the journey, and I think you'll know when it's enough essays. Like you don't have to decide now, oh, I got to write 20 essays, then a book. It's like you'll just sort of wait and judge how you feel about it as it goes.
Yeah, I mean, it could be at least another 10 essays, like, the multiple truth hypothesis. And, so if I cover the self and expertise, and, then I need the mathematical framework, but, then it's, it's possible, but it's probably even more. It's probably a few more, I said 2 years. So, like it's been just a few months now. So I've written 10 essays in like 4 months. So if I could pump out 30 essays this year, so or 25 essays, so it's already July 3rd, halfway, the year's half over. So if I get 25 essays this year, and then towards the end of next year, next year another 10 essays the first half of the year, and then from there you just start organizing into a book. That's why I said 2 years when I started at the beginning of this year. Say 2 years to write my book on the multiple truth hypothesis, and hopefully I'll pump out 20 to 25 essays this year. And if they keep on getting positive feedback, it's great. Even if not, saying that I'm just, and it's forcing me to research. So I mean, the majority of this last essay on chess, I didn't really do too much research on, because this stuff I've thought about, and I've done a lot of research on the history of chess before, but I didn't really do any research for this essay. But the other essays, some of them I did, like 40, 50 hours of research, and like theories of self. I was having fun. Like usually it'd be like, oh man, I got to write an essay. So like on Wednesday, like if I didn't have anything, I start writing notes, and even just look on Wikipedia to start like creating an outline. If I didn't have anything, or look for some nice historical review, and just start with that by finding some nice historical review of the topic and writing an outline of the historical review. And then, like on Friday or Saturday at the latest, hopefully on Friday, I would already start writing, like open up a Word and try to write the first paragraph at least. And then if, on Saturday, just like start pumping it out. And like a few times it wasn't until like Saturday afternoon, I was like, oh man, I got to write this. And I just pumped it out Saturday afternoon. Um, a few times even I didn't even finish, like I think I like the concluding paragraph till Sunday morning, but showing my mom, have by Sunday to have my mom proofread. Uh, but this one, I already have a page of notes on theories of self, and I've already pounded through a book. I have three or four more books, and I've done the majority of the historical review. So how much like there's a lot of theories of self, so I'll have to read a few more books to think about what are the things I want to mention in my overview, and then what do I have to add to say to it. So like I'm doing an essay on the theories of self, so I'm going to do a historical overview from like early time. I'll focus on the Western canon, so I'll do your Aristotle and Plato through Locke, William James and Freud, to the modern theories of self. And then like from the 80s to 2000, narrative theories of self. There's probably five major theories of self that like I'll try to cover and give a little bit of and quote papers, and then I'll have to add in my own thought and like how this connects to my research. So I already have in my head a map out of this essay on the theory of self. What exactly my opening paragraph is, like why I'm talking about this, what's the value proposition to me and my readership. And then for a bulk of the essay, a page or two will be this historical review, starting with Aristotle through Locke, James, and Freud, do an overview of the current theories of self, to my commentary and how it connects to what I'm trying to do in my research. But like I have in my head at least a mental map of how this essay is going to look. And over the next 2 days, hopefully I'll read 1,000 pages. I'll read a few books on theories of self. I'll take some more notes. And if I was definitely going to pump it out by this week, by Saturday at the latest, I hadn't, I would, just start writing, and, I would write an opening paragraph, force it out, and then just start the historical overview. If during the research this week it turns out it's a lot more complicated, or if just stuff happens that I'm busy, maybe it'd take another week, or possibly like the chess article, that if it's just going really well, and I've done my research and I have what to go with, maybe even like Tuesday or Wednesday I'll start writing, and I'll put it out Thursday or Friday if it's ready. So that would be good. Like if I'm just doing my research and things are going good, and like I'm ahead of schedule, and I'm I want to have a minimum accomplishment, that goals that I'm setting for myself. I'm a goal driven, results oriented person, so I have goals set for myself, results, schedule. Like I'm a civil engineer, I trained in cost estimation and scheduling. So I'm trying to, I have a schedule, I'm trying to keep to it, and if I'm ahead of schedule, great. But I don't want to fall behind schedule. And if I'm getting to the point where I'm falling behind schedule, But at the same time, like it's voluntary. Like if I were working, um, if you're getting paid, like I was, paid author, and I had to write an article every week, and I was getting paid or something. But so like I'm just doing this to advance my ideas, or to keep myself active in accomplishing goals. So if I don't pump out the essay this week, uh, it's not a big deal. But just because I'm a goal directed, oriented person, hopefully I will write this essay in self by next week.
Awesome. Yeah, that's probably a good place to wrap it up. And I really did not have much this week. I've been sort of lost in thought, but I think what I want to do is getting more clear. Don't know how long it's going to take, but we'll have at the very least a very short form, symbolic representation type proto language, if you will. Does anybody really read that many books? I'm wondering. Like, I haven't read a full book in years, but I guess Luke Ford talks about reading books quite a bit, doesn't he?
Your average American reads just 2 to 3 books a year. So I remember I follow this African American convert to Judaism, lives in my area. He learned Hebrew. He reads publicly from the Torah, and he posts the books that he reads. And he read I think he said 50 books this year, and he said for an Ashkenazi Jew, that's probably not that impressive. 50 books a year. Like my mom and dad, they read a lot of fiction. I wouldn't be surprised if my mom reads like 1,000 books a year, because she reads these like fiction and romance novels, and she pounds through them. Like I wouldn't be surprised if she reads like 2 or 3 mystery romance books like every single day, plus other stuff. Like my mom probably reads 1,000 books a year, and my dad, I wouldn't be surprised, also reads like 1,000 books a year. And a lot of this stuff is like science fiction and nonsense, but he also reads like medical textbooks and books on science. But I mean, this guy was saying, for for a Jew, like a proud Jew, you're probably reading a book a week minimum. Like if you're intellectual, if you're in school as an undergraduate, um, like coursework, I think you said like average, if you're going to be expected to read some like 40 pages a day, but if you're going to be expected to read 2 to 250 pages a week, which could be a book, like if a book is on average 500 pages, so if you're taking like 4 courses, you're expected to read 2 books a week. So if you're undergraduate, not undergraduate, I'm saying this would be like upper level, uh like masters, you probably should be reading 100 books a week, 2 books a week. And if you're
You said
you know
100 books a week, 2 books a week. What does that
two
mean?
books a week, 100 a year.
Okay.
And I mean, saying if you're like a real intellectual, like a pundit, like Luke Ford, you're talking like a pundit, like a news personality that just like Charles Moskowitz is kind of a wannabe Luke Ford. Those guys are smart. They probably read both of them 5-10 books a week. So if Luke Ford is Charles Moskowitz are reading 200 to 500 books a year. But if you want to be like a pundit, where you're a news personality, interviews, giving people, breaking things down, you probably reading like 5-10 books a week, and in newspapers. So like Kevin Michael Grace.
Yeah, I can see if you're a pundit reading news, but not books unless it's about the news.
I mean, so my mother, not only does she probably read 1,000 books a year, she also reads like multiple newspapers almost cover to cover every day.
Kind of sounds like maybe that's all she does.
But yeah, I mean, she's basically reads all day. Like she always now she's on the internet, but yeah, I mean, she's basically. I mean, she worked as a lawyer, but now that she's retired, she's basically always reading, probably
Does she
like 10 hours
watch
a
the
day.
show?
The what?
Does she watch this show?
No, but I mean, she watches a lot of TV, but she's usually reading while she's watching TV. Yeah, sometimes it'll be a book, but even if it's just on the computer, she's flipping through the internet, mostly news. Um, so like Kevin Michael Grace probably reads like a few newspapers, and it's like articles. I read the New York Times, multiple articles every day. I check the UNS report. I every day I check multiple times a day the Detroit News, the Detroit Free Press, the New York Times, the Times of Israel, the Jerusalem Post, the UNS Review. I've occasionally checked Countercurrents. I'll check the Atlantic, the New Yorker, although those have paywalls. I check the Jewish paper. I check the Yeshiva News, Vus's Nyes, the Forward, JTA, Tablet. Um, so I read probably like 100 articles. I read probably like 20, 25 articles every day. Let alone like books. But it's like if you want to be a pundit, there's a value, that people are listening to you. You got to know you got to have good information, and you know that from reading. And
Oh,
so,
don't. Well, hold on. Good information on consciousness does not come from reading.
um, well,
So
it comes
maybe you
mostly
can't be
from.
a pundit about consciousness, though.
There's no real pundit, but even saying the major personality, like Kurt Jaimungal, um, Lex Friedman, they read a few books. Like they read, they know the literature.
So
The
what?
I would say if you're
Neither of those guys is an expert on consciousness.
all the major, I mean, if who do you call an expert on consciousness? But I say
Well,
that
I
they
would say
read
there's like issues with that in terms of it not being really defined. There's no
that they
consensus.
read all of the major books on the topic.
Reading books
So,
on the topic of consciousness doesn't confer expertise on consciousness. That's like saying, well,
but
I
I
read a
say that
book on
the experts
heart surgery, therefore I'm a heart surgeon. No,
the
that
experts
doesn't
read
follow.
the books that the other experts write. So if there's 20 major books published on consciousness each year, that the experts probably read at least 10 of them. And like within the circles of that people read the major books published by the experts in the field, the majority of them, that if they're a public personality, they could talk about that at any time. They're like, yeah, yeah, of course I've read that. Of course I'm ready to talk about that on the spot.
Are you really saying they're going to have that recall for all those books? Even like it's a bit
Well, I'm
hard.
saying
It's a
that
bit
they
of a
have
stretch.
like, I mean, if you're a pundit, you might have a photographic memory, you probably have a pretty good recall, but that they've read it, they're familiar with it. That if someone brings it up, they have what to say about it. How good their memory is, or their recall. Uh, but there's probably a weed out process, and a lot of these people do have photographic memories, or at least some recall. But it's saying that they've read it, they're familiar with it, they have what to say about it, and if they're an expert in the field, even like a university, if you're a university professor going to a conference, and someone asks you like, what about this author who wrote this book, um, that you have a reasonable expectation that the person's going to be like, yeah, I've read the book, I have something to say about it.
Titan asks, one must intuit information about consciousness, or you obviously intuition is important. It's got problems, or you can just go with what's already defined.
I mean, we could wrap up, but I'll if you want to give me a full screen. I'm not sure if you could see this, and if so I have consciousness became the universe, quantum physics, cosmology. Here's Dennett, consciousness explained. Um, Self comes to mind. I like textbooks on human nature. There's Steven Pinker books, How the Mind Works, Evolution as Entropy. Really, none of these books are that great. The Mind's Eye, Hofstadter, Dennett. Here's Erickson, Development of Professional Expertise. Joseph Campbell's books. These are esoteric books, like Manny Hall, The Secret Teachings of All Ages, Madame Blavatsky, Theosophy, Gurdjieff. I really like the Gurdjieff books. Some Freemasonry books. Here's the Cambridge Handbook of Expertise and Expert Performance. Here's Quantum Physics, Evolution, Brain and Mind. This is like edited by Hamerov. A lot of this is papers from the Science of Consciousness conference. These are all stuff on linguistics. I don't have these perfectly ordered, so it's tough to say. I don't think that there's not really any good definitive books on consciousness. There's readers like to look at on top
He's
here,
asking for
Mind and
one.
Cognition.
He's asking for one just to start with.
Well, I mean, just get one and start with one. So there's readers like Mind and Cognition is a collection of essays from ancient times till today. So you can get like the Oxford Companion on. Here's Gobet's Understanding and Expertise, the Philosophy of Mind, and so the Philosophy of Mind is a collection of essays, historical, cognitive foundation of natural history. Here, Peak, Science of Expertise. The Emergence of Probability, God. These are just textbooks. Like this was my college textbooks on human memory. Another one like Memory and Music. Here's Leibniz essays. Francis Crick, The Astonishing Hypothesis. Karl Popper, Experience versus Understanding. So, it's tough to say, because there's no definitive book on consciousness. Like just start, get a few books, get a book or two, read it, and get more. Because if you like the topic, you'll read tens of books, hundreds of books on the subject. So whatever you start with, you could go with the big names, like the Science of Consciousness conference. I've been sharing a lot of these links. The Emperor's New Mind is the classic. You could get you'll get Penrose, The Emperor's New Mind. But a good way is to start with the personalities you like. So if you go to the Science of Consciousness conference, if you watch some of those videos, just whatever those essays. Hamerov wrote a book, in the 80s. I posted a free copy of that online a few weeks ago or a few months ago. So any of the names that you enjoy listening to, Penrose, Hamerov, start with their books. And then, eventually, as I said, like if you like the topic, you read a book or two every week or two. That always be in the middle of a book on consciousness, reading a chapter a day at least, or if you miss a few days here and there, but if you try to do a chapter a day, and always here I've the famous Julian Jaynes, The Origins of Consciousness and the Bicameral Mind. It's an older book. Um, Classics. So that's an older book. Like if you're a scholar, that you would you could do spiritual books on Jewish Kabbalah, Vedic conceptions. Jennifer, I shared at the beginning this epistemology and metaphysics, Indian and Western. So just start now and read a chapter a day, and this thing start with the personalities you like. So like if you're watching Week in Review, you start with Doovid's blog. Doovid only has
You're
10
not
blogs.
talking about consciousness on your blog, though.
Well, they're conscious related. I have an essay on the Science of Consciousness conference, so I have one essay on consciousness and conscious peripheral topics like Kotov and the analysis trees. Decision makings, cognitive processes are all conscious peripheral cognitive dissonance. Um, so 3 of my essays are on or even a memory. Half of my essays are consciousness related, even to the critical theories consciousness related. So the majority of my essays are conscious related, but said like those are just blog posts. But so Doovid, Church of Entropy, we have blogs. But if you're looking mainstream published authors, uh, Sean Carroll, uh, Lex Friedman, I don't think has a book, but you could do like Sam. I don't know if Sam Harris has
What does
books, but
Lex Friedman have to say on consciousness?
well, I mean, like 1 out of 4 of his interviews are basically on consciousness, and it's a topic that he talks about almost every episode. But no, I don't think he has a book. But I'm saying that if you're looking for books to read, just go with the personalities that you like to listen to.
Well, that sort of presupposes that the personalities they like to listen to have written books on the topic of consciousness. And I would say, like, if you want to understand consciousness and you think you're going to find that understanding in a book, probably going to be disappointed at some point. I read a book called, I want to say The Neural Correlates of Consciousness, but maybe that's not it. Anyway, it was this Buddhist guy who did all this meditation, and this is commentary on basically how the West understands mental properties and stuff like that, and how that there was no model of consciousness. The basic thesis is that there's no model of consciousness. They're just measurements, mostly uncontextualized measurements of what he called neural correlates of consciousness. And I understand that existence exists sounds redundant, but the point is that you have to sort of start somewhere, and that's non-trivial. Redundancy is okay if it's non-trivial. So the point is that real and existent, not quite the same, because real has properties, whereas existence doesn't. And it turns out that's really important, because once you start straddling a system with properties, you're diminishing its domain of potential expansion in a more general sense. Yeah, so there is no non-existence, whereas there is such a thing as non-realness. But that's a totally different topic. But yeah, I'm really excited to see where your next essay goes, because this probably a bigger topic than most of them.
No, I'm not sure. I think theories of self is. I'm just going to write an essay. I'm not doing like a comprehensive, writing a book on it. But I don't think it's that big of a topic. I think I'll be able to cover the basic history in major schools.
Well, solipsism is a theory of self. Solipsism, the thesis is that the self is all that can be known to exist.
I'm not going to do a comprehensive. I mean, solipsism is a philosophical school. I'm talking more the psychological theories, cognitive theories. So I'll do like a little Aristotle and Locke. I'm not sure if I'll even mention solipsism, but I'm talking the cognitive science, from James, Freud, till the modern era.
It's a theory of self, though.
You could call it that, but I think it's
I mean, it's the transcendental theory of self. If solipsism is that the self is all that can be known to exist, then that's a transcendental theory of self, isn't it?
well, all that could be known to exist. It's not a theory of self. It's just saying that
Like,
it's only.
this is not to say that there's some sort of privileged status for our perceptions. That is not. The privileged status of our perceptions is an inevitability we have to work our way out of. It's something that's, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
I don't think. I
not a
mean,
good, it's
solipsism is
bad in terms of
it's an,
how good your perception could be. If
but
you're
it's not a
just
theory of
limited
self.
to perceptions, it's limited. What?
It's saying solipsism is not a theory of self. It's an epistemological theory that says self is the only thing that could be known, but it's not a theory of self.
Well, how is it not a theory? I mean, isn't that what a theory of self is? Something that defines the self?
But solipsism doesn't define the self.
Yeah, it defines it as all that can be known to exist.
Yes, I mean it's epistemology. It's not. It doesn't define self. It's not like a narrative theory of self for like James or Freud, where Freud said this is what makes up the self. It's not a theory of self. It's a theory of epistemology.
Okay.
I think ipsa means self, alone self. It's an epistemological position that knowledge of anything outside of one's own mind is unsure. But it doesn't go on to define what the self is. It just says that the
Well,
only thing you
that's
could
not, that
know.
position's not coherent. I'm talking about the self being all that can be known to exist. That's the only coherent interpretation of solipsism.
Yeah, I mean, you're missing what I'm saying if you don't understand what I'm saying. That solipsism is not a theory of self.
Well,
It's a
I say
theory.
it is. You say it's not because it's epistemological stance. It's like, so what? So is cogito ergo sum.
Yeah, that's a theory
What?
of epistemology, not of self.
It's also a theory of self.
It's not because it doesn't deal with what the self is or how the self is organized. It's dealing with
Yeah.
epistemology and what you can know because it's a theory about the external world, not the internal world.
What cogito is saying is that knowledge is founded on cogito.
I mean, it's really the same
Knowing things is
difficulty you were
founded
having
on
with the theory
cogito.
of expertise. Theories, it's not. There's a difference between expertise and the theories of expertise. There's the difference between self and theories of self. Even if you say the theory is the solipsism that the self is the only thing that exists, or you could know for sure, it's not an actual theory of self.
Well, in my view, it is. So whatever.
I mean, you're just playing around with words.
Well, that was why I suggested using the term self in the first place. If you want to not talk about that aspect of it, fine. It's up to you. Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about solipsism
No, I mean, that's
being a dead end
really
there.
that's why I said identity. I mean, you're getting confused on just the self is the
I'm
reflexive,
not
or like
confused. I'm
ipsa.
fine.
So I'm saying solipsism. If you use the word identity, you're saying solipsism is not a theory of identity.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that it is because it's not saying anything about what the self is. So, in order for it to be a theory of identity, it would have to somehow, I guess, chunk the self or whatever.
I mean, you're just getting
Doesn't do that.
confusing yourself because of the words being used for similar different meanings. But that's why I mentioned identity, and probably identity is more accurate because it's confused people like you uh, that I'm not talking about the epistemology. I'm talking about identity. And there might be, an overview that it's related to epistemology, but I'm not talking about the nature of knowledge and how you know things connected to self. I'm talking about the nature of one's self identity.
Okay. So you want pre-existing identity theories. So would you include stuff like Jung archetypes?
Um, I'm probably not going to include Jung.
Yeah.
That's more talking about personality than identity. It
Well,
could
what's
be
the difference, right? Like,
um, because I'm talking about characteristic traits. Talking the nature that these traits, the continuity of these traits, or how a person forms their own identity. So you're talking like, okay, like I'm an introvert, I'm an extrovert, or
yeah, but
the
you have
very
to
various
define
aspects,
identity.
various aspects of what type of personalities the people have. That I'm not, giving a def. I'm not. That's not what I'm talking about. Identity theory, the theories of self, theories of identity. So Jung is peripherally related, but generally, I think would be something different.
Like, I would be inclined to use Jungian archetypes, MBTIs. Even I'd go as far as to use the Hippocrates humorism theory, which I think had 4 different, because those were different identities, like phlegmatic, choleric, sanguine. I don't know how else. Like, what do you mean by identity if we're not talking about that?
Okay, you're talking about character traits or dispositions.
Right.
It's different than identity formation or theories of identity. What does it mean to have an identity? How is identity formed versus uh, aspects of personality? What makes up an identity?
Well, the idea is that an identity is plucked from a buffet of personality attributes.
Yes, it's, I mean, it's part of theories of self, but it's not the main, that's not what I plan on covering in identity formation or theories of identity. That I'm not covering. I put those in personality or aspects. So I'm talking more theories of a self. How does someone form an identity? How does what are in the various theories about what is identity and how is it formed
So
versus
cogito,
versus
cogito
versus what
compatible stuff.
versus what are the aspects of identity, or what are differences in identity, that character traits that people differ in. So there could be a definitive. That's why I mentioned the narrative theory, that there be episode where this is a definitive characteristic of me. That here's me in this situation, and it was deterministic. Like Doovid is an INTP, and this situation is definitive of how the unique Doovid, or not so unique INTP acted in the situation. So I'm not talking about the character differences that make. I'm talking about the meta level of identity formation, not the different types of identity. So if you're talking about Jung, it's like I mean, it's related to identity. If you're talking like personality types, is different than theories of personality. Theories of identity and identity formation, narrative identity. So say there's something that uniquely makes me, and there's
So you're
episodes.
saying you're one level more abstract than what I'm at right now? Is that basically it?
Yeah.
So I don't think it's possible to generalize like that.
Well, I mean, it is, and
But
that's why I mentioned some of these things today, and that's what I'll put in the essay. and that's why saying theories of self, theories of identity is, we'll say, different than character traits which make up an identity.
I'll be interested to see what you come up with, because I think this is quite a big undertaking, but sounds interesting for sure.
I
I'm still
mean,
amazed at how much success you're having. I mean, woohoo! Yay!
okay, so have a good week.
You too. We'll talk next Sunday, if not sooner. I'm sure we'll talk in the meantime. But yeah, good chat as usual. And thanks to everyone for tuning in. Hope everyone had a great time. I sure did. Yeah. Obviously, I don't want to have to quote deny solipsism. We'll just say it is only really going to make any sense whatsoever under this one particular interpretation. And then, once you see what the interpretation is, I guess you then decide if you think it's useful. The fact that the self is all that can be known to exist is more so a trick of language than it is. It's not that deep of an observation. It's just kind of like, what we're meant to take from it is that the self is extremely not self-evident, not at all clear what it means for there to be one, I don't want to say substance, but sort of one umbrella under which, like, within an umbrella could be that big. It's just sort of saying, okay, well, there is a transcendent principle. It's called self, but then there's also all these words, relating to myself and itself and so on and so forth. So that's what I mean when I say it's a trick of language, that what is important in terms of learning is more self-reference in terms of how it relates to geometry, because that's where information comes out. QMPT, self-referential geometry, information, I mean, you could say it's emergent, sort of happening within it as a result of various permutations, if you will.